truth live from where they decree it. Sylvia speaks, no filter, no buffer. Courtroom drama couldn't get any tougher.
When the gavel's first bang, to the witness turns tears. Sylvia's lens captures all your hopes and fears. Uploading justice one trial at a time. Tune in every moment, edges sublime.
Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Faces turn stories, the courtroom can't hide. Sylvia's insights cut through the divide. From jury talks to the lawyer's secret. In Sylvia's world, you know you'll need it. Behind the scenes where whispers are loud, her lens reveals the truth in the crowd. Courtroom secrets laid bare to see. Stay curious with Sylvia's spree. Every objection, every sharp retort, Sylvia's there to give you the report. Exclusive footage no one else can snag. From catchy headlines straight to the tag. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. I'm sitting here. Didn't realize the time had flown by. You know me. I'm sitting there trying to do my little research and stuff. Okay, here we go. Right on time, y'all. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. No. See, do you have a black magic marker? Oh, you have one on yours. Did you get it? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. Hope you had a good evening. Appreciate you being here on time this morning. And I do want to ask, I trust that everyone was able to abide by the court's instructions and avoid any exposure to media coverage. Any problems?
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. And we'll get right to it. If the state would please call the next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Michelle Shepard to the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you would please raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
May I inquire, Your Honor? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you just to try and stay close to the microphone. This courtroom has a tendency to eat up the sound. Can you please tell the court reporter your full name and how you spell it?
Sure. My name is Michelle Shepard. Michelle is spelled Michelle. Shepard is Sheppherd.
Can you tell the jury where you were working in December of 2022?
Yes, at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Division of Forensic Sciences, otherwise known as the State Crime Lab, in the Coastal Lab in Pooler.
So you worked at the Coastal Lab?
I did.
Okay. And at that laboratory, what was your title and what were your responsibilities?
I am and was a forensic DNA analyst and biologist.
And as a forensic DNA analyst and biologist, how long were you employed in that capacity as of December 22?
22 years.
Had you always had that same title?
Various titles with the state, but in the forensic biology section.
Okay. At some point, did you leave that position?
I did.
Why did you leave?
I left after 13 years at the headquarters lab up in Atlanta. I left to go to the private sector, still working in human identity to manage a forensic tech support and training team with a private vendor.
And so in total, how many years did you serve as a forensic biologist?
38.
And are you currently working in that capacity?
I retired a year ago.
Okay. Can you tell us what educational background you were required to achieve to be able to perform that position?
Sure. I received my Bachelor of Science in Laboratory Technology from Auburn University. And while I was in school, I actually worked with the Alabama Crime Lab system. I received training upon my graduation once I started at the headquarters lab with GBI. and received advanced DNA analysis methods training at the FBI Academy in Quantico. I do have graduate coursework through the University of Virginia and the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Were you required when you became a member of the GBI to do any initial training prior to taking on your own individual casework?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long was that process?
Over a year and a half, probably.
We've heard testimony already about what peer review is.
Yes.
Is your work in the biology section also peer reviewed?
Yes, ma'am. In the forensic biology section, 100% of our results are technically and administratively peer reviewed.
And does that mean somebody analyzes the work you did to ensure that it's accurate?
Yes, if I can elaborate. It means that another qualified DNA analyst reviews all of my notes, all of my controls and standards and results, and ensures that they would come to the exact same conclusions that I did.
Can you describe for the jury what the responsibilities are of a forensic biologist or DNA analyst?
Certainly. We receive evidence from peace officers submitted from across the state of Georgia to generate or develop DNA profiles from that evidence, from body fluids and stains of body fluids.
What types of body fluids do you examine in your position?
Primarily blood, semen, and saliva.
And are you able to also analyze substances other than just fluids?
Yes.
What else do you analyze?
Tissues, bones, organs.
Is that anything that potentially might have DNA?
Correct.
Okay. And sometimes, just to be clear, is DNA always in, meaning human form, meaning, I guess I'm trying to be clear on how I phrase this. You've mentioned a lot of things that are human body, organs, or tissue. Can you retrieve DNA from other substances that are not necessarily human?
Yes. All living things have DNA. So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a chemical that's found in virtually every cell in the human body and in all living things.
And the crime laboratory, do they only handle human organisms?
Sometimes they're mixed with bacteria, which are living things, and other organisms. But the testing that we do is directed and specific for human and higher primates.
And are you trained in the handling and preservation of those biological samples?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what that process involves?
So DNA is a protein, so it is susceptible to the environment, UV light, sunlight, heat, humidity. Those things are detrimental to DNA and can start to break it down. So we always want to preserve the evidence that may contain DNA in a manner that will preserve whatever is already deposited.
And are you able to ensure that protocol is in place at the crime laboratory as well?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury how you do that within the crime laboratory?
So within the lab, once an item of evidence is submitted by a peace officer, our evidence tech staff will take that item out of a lockbox. It's like a locker that the officer deposits the evidence in sealed packaging, and then our evidence retrieval on the opposite side. They will open the package, describe it, and apply a unique crime lab case number, item number, and description into the computer, so that as that item of evidence moves throughout the lab, what we call a chain of custody is maintained, so that it's tracked and documented who had access to that item of evidence as it moves through the lab.
And in order to do that, do you oftentimes affix any information on a sample?
Yes, we, or the bag, the packaging containing that sample, there'll be a barcode. And as we transfer that evidence, we ourselves have identification tags that we scan that barcode and enter a PIN number, just like you would at an ATM, to track what individual had access to that item, or if we're placing it in a vault or an evidence locker, those have barcodes as well.
Now, can you explain to the jury a little bit what DNA actually is?
Sure. So as I said, it stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a chemical that's in almost every cell in our bodies. There's really about 4 things for you to really recall or know about DNA. The first is that we are all unique. So at the union of sperm and egg, we get half our DNA from our father and half from our mother. So when those combine to create a new human being, that person's DNA is set at conception and remains the same throughout their life and even past death. So that's very important to know, that unless you have an identical sibling, there's no one that's going to have the same DNA as you. Secondly, the DNA molecule, although microscopic, is long, and the majority of that DNA is the same from human being to human being. And that makes sense if you think about all of the multitude of enzymes and proteins that the DNA codes for in our bodies. But there's also a portion of the DNA that is very different from person to person. And that's the areas of the DNA that forensic scientists study or interrogate. Thirdly, if you take a cell from my foot or my liver or a buccal swab, the lining of my cheek, all of that DNA from one person's body is the same. So that allows us to compare, say, sperm cells to blood cells to saliva. And those are important things to remember in a forensic context about DNA.
And so you indicated those specific unique areas are what you focus on. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How do you determine whether a biological sample is suitable for DNA analysis?
So a portion of our protocols or procedures are to, once we break open the cells and get to the DNA, if you will, we perform a step called quantitation, and that is where we're quantifying or finding out about how much DNA is present in a sample and the quality or how suitable that DNA is to move forward in the procedures.
Is every biological sample then eligible for DNA analysis?
Not always. Sometimes samples will be too degraded, which means the protein DNA has been broken down or degraded to the point that it's not suitable to give us results.
What about quantity? Does that bar you from being able to do DNA analysis at sometimes?
Sometimes it does if we don't have enough, or if the pieces, if you will, of DNA are not large enough, we are unable to get a result. One of the beauties of DNA is it doesn't morph or change into something else. It fades so that we get no result instead of we don't get a different result, we just get no result.
And does DNA remain after death?
Yes.
Does the GBI Coastal Crime Laboratory have accreditation for DNA analysis?
Yes.
And was that current at the time that you were working there on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury what type of DNA analysis you perform at the GBI Coastal Crime Laboratory?
So one of the services we perform is DNA typing, where we have an unknown from a crime scene, say a car has been broken into and there's blood there. The officer will submit a swabbing of that sample, and we develop a profile from that using a very stepwise procedure called a protocol, very similar to if you're cooking in a kitchen, you're going to follow a recipe. So we follow those stepwise steps. The first is extraction, where we're going to take a small cutting of that swab or that tissue from a crime scene and place it in a test tube. And we add chemicals and detergents that break open the cells and remove the other proteins that are not useful to our studies. The next step is the quantitation that I talked about, where we're determining how much DNA is there and if it's suitable for additional testing. The next step is called amplification, and this is where we make millions, if not billions, of copies of the regions of the DNA that we want to study. And we do that using different instruments in the laboratory. Then the next step is to analyze or separate all of those pieces of DNA. And we use an instrument that produces a graph, a printout with a series of peaks and valleys that has letters and numbers associated with those. And that is what we refer to as a DNA profile. And that profile is unique to each individual. So we've done that for the unknown, and then separate in time and space, we perform those same steps with a known, a sample that is collected through venipuncture, so a blood sample, or from autopsy, or from the lining of someone's cheek. That is considered a known because we know who that came from. And then we compare those two profiles to see if they're the same or different. If they are different, that's called an exclusion. And that means that that known person could not have contributed that unknown sample from the car in my example. But if we compare them and they are the same, that's called an inclusion or a match. People refer to it as a match. And then we use statistics to develop a frequency to relay how common or rare that match would be in the community.
And so are those the steps that were taken in connection with this case?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many forensic cases, I said approximately, have you worked in your career?
Tens of thousands.
And in each case, Is there more than one sample?
Usually, yes,
So that tens of thousands is multiplied by however many samples were in each case?
correct.
Now, do you only do DNA analysis for criminal investigations?
Yes, with the state of Georgia.
Okay.
Yes,
And when I say criminal investigations, do you handle suicides? Meaning if there was a suicide, might you get a sample from a suicide case?
yes.
And that
yes.
might not have been criminal in the nature of simply somebody killed them, they took their own life, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I misunderstood.
So, no, that's okay. What about missing person cases? Do you
Yes.
sometimes do that as well?
Yes,
Okay. So it's oftentimes law enforcement that's making the submission, but you don't always yield a criminal suspect in a case, do you?
correct.
Sometimes you said there are exclusions, right?
Yes.
So you would potentially exonerate someone even.
Well, I would exclude them and then the court system would.
Correct. My
exonerate.
apologies. I don't
That's
mean to
fine.
put farther along, but you would indicate that that was not them.
Correct.
Okay. Now, have you ever worked on cases where DNA was not suitable?
Yes.
And how do you document that for the purposes of your records?
So for every test that we perform in the lab, we produce a written record or report to submit to the law enforcement agency that presented the evidence as well as to the courts. So that report would read something like there was insufficient or inadequate DNA, so not enough DNA for further testing.
And would you then stop at that step?
Yes,
Okay. And if there is sufficient DNA to do additional testing, is that the process that you just described for the jury?
correct.
Have you prepared reports on each of the cases that you just described in the tens of thousands that you previously worked?
Yes,
Is a report required in every case?
yes,
And is that report also peer reviewed?
it is.
Have you ever been asked to review or validate the work of other forensic biologists?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been done during the entire time that you were at the crime laboratory as well?
It would have, yes.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in forensic biology in the courts of this state or any other jurisdiction?
Yes,
Can you tell us approximately how many times?
over 300.
And in that capacity, was that in the field of forensic biology
And DNA analysis.
and
yes.
DNA analysis? Have you ever provided testimony, or rather been asked to provide testimony where you were denied expert status?
No, ma'am.
And can you explain to the jury where you've testified, what parts of the state?
All over the state of Georgia, in federal courts in Wisconsin, civil courts in Wisconsin and California. Yes,
So all over the country, not just Georgia?
yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to tender Michelle Shepard as an expert in the field of forensic biology and DNA analysis.
Any questions from the, no questions and no objections.
All right, then she is qualified in the field of forensic biology. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Shepard, were you provided with biological evidence to analyze in connection with the case that we are here for today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, in fact, perform the analysis on those substances?
I did.
And ultimately, did you generate a report in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
In fact, did you do more than one
Yeah,
report?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to ask that I show the witness 1.69 and 1.70. I'm showing them to counsel. They've been pre-marked, Your Honor. Thank you. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you these two reports. You could just take a look at those.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those reports?
I did.
And how do you recognize them?
I recognize states 1.69 and 1.70 as the reports of my testing at the crime laboratory for the case with the victim as UID Liberty, which is unidentified from Liberty County, case number 2022-600-7185.
And is your signature affixed to those reports?
It is
Is that your actual signature?
an electronic signature. Yes.
But it's the one that you placed on it electronically?
Yes,
Are those exact photocopies of the reports that you generated in connection with this case?
yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I seek to tender 1.69 and 1.70.
No objection. Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm now approaching, Your Honor, with that was 1.69 and 1.70, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor, with these additional exhibits? I'm handing you what has already been introduced as exhibits 1.63, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize what those are.
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
So I recognize States Exhibit 1.63 through 1.67 as sealed envelopes that we received from autopsy with various bloodstained cards from partial human remains.
And when you say you received them from autopsy, would that have been from a medical examiner?
Yes,
Okay. And do you have any initials or signatures on any of those exhibits, I believe it's 6.3 through 6.7?
I do. In each of these envelopes, which is sealed, there is a unique crime lab case number, item number, barcode, my initials, and the date that I analyzed these, as well as on the seals, have my initials and the date in my handwriting.
So if you were to receive an item in a closed fashion, meaning sealed,
Correct.
how do you make sure that it gets not tampered with?
So the rule is you always, you don't want to, if it's possible, open on someone else's seal. So you create a new opening with scissors or a razor. Again, this is in the laboratory with all personal protective equipment on in a sterile environment. And then once I analyze it, I affix the evidence tape and seal it with my initials and the date as it's to be passed to an evidence locker or another individual for further testing.
And is that done on every sample?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor. I'm going to trade you.
Okay.
I'll have those back. I'm going to publish, Your Honor, if that's okay.
You may.
1.63. Apologies. Okay. I'm pointing to the lower right-hand portion where there is a barcode. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are those numbers right there?
So the 2022 dash is the crime lab case number. that was assigned on entry of this evidence. So each item in this case will have that unique identifier, and then below it is, it says SUBM, that is submission number 5 in this case.
And so if I scroll in close and I turn this on its side so it's easier,
Okay.
what is right here? Do you see that?
I'm sorry, I didn't see what you're pointing to.
Right here, along the tape.
Oh, the red evidence tape on the short side of the envelope, and written on the envelope as well as the tape is MS. That's my initials, and the date, which is 12/13/22.
And so would it be fair to say that on each of these exhibits, that same procedure, I'm just placing them on top of each other. I'm now showing 1.64, 1.67, 1.66, and 1.65. That same procedure was taken with respect to all of those cards.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you received them, were they in a sealed condition?
Yes.
And what did you do with these cards when you received them?
So the service that was requested was to develop DNA profiles from each of these bloodstain cards to see if they originated from the same individual.
So at the time you received them, was there any marking on the card to indicate for you what portion of the remains it was from?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show it again. Or I'm just trying to make this quicker by Elmo. I don't know if that's the technological word for that, but the overhead presenter.
Okay.
And I'm going to scroll in here, and on the lower left corner, is there a label affixed to 1.65?
Yes, ma'am.
And-
It
ahead.
says UID Liberty WF, which is unidentified remains from Liberty County, W for white, F for female, and then right leg.
I'm now showing 1.66.
This one is from left leg,
1.67,
labeled head,
and 1.64,
torso, spleen,
and 1.63.
torso.
So were there in total then 5 separate bloodstain cards that you received?
Yes,
And did you create a profile for each of these 5 portions of the remains?
I developed a profile using the procedure that I described earlier for each of these samples.
Without sounding graphic, you did not receive her remains, correct?
Correct.
Just those cards?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, did you follow that same procedure and protocol for each and every one of those 5 samples?
I did.
How did you do that with a bloodstain card?
So the bloodstain card contains a piece of material, kind of like a piece of gauze or a piece of paper. And so I took with sterile scissors a small cutting of that and put it in a tube and subjected it to our procedures.
Okay. And were you able to obtain a profile on each of those 5 bloodstain cards?
I was, yes.
And what were the results and findings of your analysis?
So DNA was isolated from each of the 5 cards we just presented. And the DNA obtained from each item contains a single profile of the same individual.
So at that time, although she was still unidentified white female, Would it be fair to say that we knew then that she was at least all the same person?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you document that in your report?
I did.
If I can approach, Your Honor. Can I have 1.69, please?
You may.
Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor? So in that very first paragraph there's a whole lot of letters and numbers.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what a loci is?
Yes, so a loci is a locus, is single, loci is plural. It's a location. Think of it as a street address for DNA. So it tells a DNA analyst where on the molecule exactly, very specifically, we are getting results.
And so were those the loci that you were looking for to determine those unique characteristics for each individual person?
Yes.
And now you mentioned some statistical data. Can you tell us what the frequency was in this case?
Yes, so the fourth paragraph reads, the frequency in which the profile obtained from these 5 bloodstained cards would be expected to occur in a given population in approximately 1 in 300 septillion.
Do you know how many zeros is a septillion?
There are 24 zeros in septillion.
So 300 would be the number 3 with 26 zeros after it?
Correct.
That's the likelihood of it being the same person, correct?
That is an approximation of how many other individual DNA profiles I would have to look at before I would expect to find another just like this.
That's 26, right? Zeros?
Correct.
And after you made that first analysis, did you then subsequently make the report we just looked at?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, did you know who that person was by the profile?
No.
Why not?
In forensics, we have to have a known to compare it to see if they're the same or different. And at that point in time, there was no known reference sample to compare it to.
Would it be fair to say, again, I'll just show it to you, that this report, I'm showing it to the witness, Your Honor, was generated back on December, up here,
Yes, 16th.
December 16th. So in December 16th of 2022, you didn't have a known sample to compare it to yet, did you?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what CODIS is? CODIS.
Yes, so CODIS is an acronym that stands for the Combined DNA Indexing System. It is a series of computers and software curated and managed by the FBI that allows forensics and law enforcement to compare samples to individuals and individuals to, it allows us to compare evidence profiles to evidence profiles, as well as evidence profiles to individuals.
Is there a very specific protocol for what is allowed to be in the CODIS system?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So only if those are in compliance would it be within CODIS?
Correct.
Now, does that allow you an opportunity to attempt to try to identify an unknown sample, even if you don't have a known sample?
Yes.
Doesn't always work though, does it?
Correct.
Okay. So it's just one step in the process that is an option to try.
Yes.
Now, can you tell the jury what a buccal swab is?
So a buccal swab or a buccal swab, depending on different people say it different ways. It's spelled Buccal, and that is a cell that lines different orifices in our bodies. People usually refer to a buccal swab as taken from the inside lining of your cheek.
And can you tell the jury, what is the difference between genetic genealogy and DNA?
So DNA testing and typing is done in the forensic laboratories across the world to compare knowns to unknowns to see if they have the same individual contributing that unknown sample. Genetic genealogy is another branch of forensics that seeks to use still DNA technology, but to build family trees to see, since I testified to the fact that we get half our DNA from our father and half from our mother, we share DNA with our parents and also with closely related individuals. And genetic genealogy studies and expounds that to try to develop leads and generate closely related individuals.
So when you actually have a DNA sample, in this case, you were able to actually analyze the material beyond just potentially genetic genealogy. Is that correct? I mean, maybe that's the wrong way to phrase it. Can you just describe then the difference between the two of them, what they can do? Does that make sense, what I'm asking? If I need to rephrase it, I can. I'll withdraw the question. What I'm asking you essentially is DNA analysis of an actual sample able to give you a definitive result? Meaning, in this case, you produced an actual profile, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to determine whether or not in that frequency, those each, and I will use the word match, but to that frequency were the same sample profiles.
Correct.
And you indicated that they were.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the buccal swab, I believe you called it a buccal swab that was used. Did you have a buccal swab in this case at some point?
Yes, I did.
And do you have that up in front of you now?
I do.
Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
So I identify states 1.71 as my crime lab case number associated with this case. It is item number 61, and it is labeled buccal swabs collected from Betsy Meban.
Okay. And can you tell us, how does one collect a buccal swab?
So a medical practitioner or law enforcement agent will take a cotton-tipped applicator, it's like a big Q-tip, and just simply swab the inside of your cheek, and that removes the cells of your cheek and then places that in a container to air dry and then places it in an envelope.
And do you recognize that to be the buccal swab that you received in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to tender that exhibit before the board. Thank you. May I have that for just a moment?
Yes.
May I publish, Your Honor? I'm going to just show it to the jury. And does this swab ultimately have the exact same procedure and protocol with the barcode and your initials that you just previously described?
Yes, it does.
And I am not going to open this here.
That's best.
This contains biological evidence, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So you would have opened this in a sterilized environment?
correct, with gloves and a mask and face shield and lab coat, etc.
Is that how you handle every sample?
Yes.
Okay. So this sample, what did you do with it?
So that is considered a known. So on receipt of that, I submitted it to the same procedures that I've described and made a comparison of the profile that was generated from that sample to the previous 5 envelopes.
And were you able to generate sufficient DNA to create a sample from that buccal swab?
I was, yes.
And did you in fact compare it to the 5 portions that you just described previously?
I did.
And what were your findings as a result?
That my conclusions are that Betsy Meban is not excluded as the biological parent or biological relative of the bloodstain cards, the 5 bloodstain cards, with a probability of maternity of 99.9999%.
Can you tell us why it isn't 100? How does that work?
So first of all, we only had 1 alleged parent to make a comparison to. And secondly, it's not feasible to develop a DNA profile from every individual. Then that might be 100.
Okay. So is this the strongest statistical number that is achievable in a DNA laboratory?
For maternity or paternity, yes.
So 99.9999%.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may have that second laboratory report, I'm going to need the Elmo, please. Madam Clerk, can we turn this? And up here, this report reflects your documentation of this case number.
Correct.
I'm showing exhibit 1.70. Does that reflect the name of the individual whose sample was submitted?
Yes.
And that's what makes it a known sample?
Correct.
And then down here at the bottom, there is a listing of, quote, probability of maternity. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the reference you just gave us to the statistics.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, I would like to just ask you, you indicated earlier that there are some things that can impact DNA negatively.
Yes.
And I believe you said UV light, sunlight, some other factors. What happens with water? Can moisture in any way impact DNA?
Certainly, it's biological material, so it can be washed away.
And if I were to, my apologies, for example, brush against someone else, as I've just done in the courtroom, and I used my actual person as opposed to my clothing, can you describe for the jury what that is in DNA analysis?
We refer to that as contact or touch DNA. And there is a principle in forensics that there's a transfer of cells, however microscopic or small that amount may be, with each and every contact.
Is it possible that the contact leaves enough DNA to analyze?
Sometimes, yes.
Is it possible that it doesn't leave enough DNA?
Sometimes, yes.
And so initially in the processes you described, you said quantification?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
My apologies to the jury. And amplification, correct?
Yes.
So if that touch did not leave enough DNA, would you know that?
Through our testing, yes.
Okay. And even if it left some, there still may not be enough to do anything with.
That's correct.
Okay. How do chemicals affect DNA, like cleaning fluids?
So different detergents and cleaning fluids are all going to have a detrimental effect on our ability to develop a profile from DNA testing.
What about friction, meaning rubbing or wiping? What impact might that have on DNA?
Again, it depends on the vigorousness of the friction or the washing, or if it's just a light brush or a very brief exposure. All those things are going to impact our ability to develop a profile.
In this case, did you do a run through the CODIS system of the profile you generated?
I was instructed to upload this profile, the profile from the 5 envelopes from the human remains to the CODIS unidentified remains index. I did.
Did you have any feedback prior to receiving the known sample
I
from
did not.
CODIS? So nothing was in CODIS to compare her to?
Correct.
Okay. So ultimately, when you were able to get the known sample, is that when you were finally able to have confirmation of the remains?
That is correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Counsel cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. You were talking about contact DNA or touch DNA. If I pick up a bottle of Coca-Cola and I drink it, will I leave DNA around that bottle?
Theoretically, yes.
Where would that DNA be found on the bottle?
It could be found around the rim where your mouth has contact and where you grasp the bottle to drink it.
Would any possibly be found inside the bottle as well?
It's possible.
Okay. What about with a Coke can? Would you find DNA around that Coke can as well?
Again, similarly, it would depend, but around the mouth area where you take a drink and then where it's handled to pick up the can.
And you said that I guess the elements like water or rain could in some way impact the finding of DNA, correct?
Yes.
But it's still possible to find DNA on a bottle or a can that has been exposed to the weather, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And even if it's exposed to rain, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Sunlight, correct?
Yes, sometimes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Just, is it also sometimes no?
Correct.
So you don't know unless you actually have it, is what it comes down to, right?
And we perform the test. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank
Computer.
Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll let you step out while they set this up.
Will need at this point.
Right. Okay.
All right, guys. Hi, people. I'm sitting here doing some research and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I'm doing some research. Doing some research. Okay. Hmm. So how's your mind on what? Hey, hey, lady. Hey, lady. Hey, lady. Can't reveal my sources, ma'am. Can't reveal my sources. Can't reveal my sources, okay, ma'am? Mm-hmm. Blaming us for what? Blaming us to do what? It's not him right there. Mm-mm. Oh, wow. Exactly where he's at. I told you about Idaho. Oh yeah, I know he gonna blame us. CFT. Tell him leave me alone. Don't be blaming me. I like to hear the outcome. I need to know 70. What is it doing right here? Mm-hmm. Hey, SSS, what's going on?
All right. We ready? Yeah. Okay. Bring it.
There's a way I can mute. I gotta go in the other room in the closet to talk. I'll be back, y'all. I'll be back.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Counsel, you may proceed.
Take on Jack Frost.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand and take.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please be seated.
State your name for the jury.
Yes, my name is James Frost, also known by Jack Frost,
How do you spell your last
F-R-O-S-T,
name? Where are you currently employed?
with the District Attorney's Office
In what capacity?
as an investigator.
In this circuit?
That's correct.
How long have you been an investigator in this circuit?
For about 2.5, 3 years,
Prior to this position, where were you employed?
with Liberty County Sheriff's Office
In what capacity?
as an investigator.
How long have you spent in law enforcement throughout your entire career?
Been in law enforcement for 25 years.
So let me direct your attention to Friday, December 2nd, 2022. Were you the on-call detective on that day?
I was.
And did you have occasion to be dispatched to a particular location?
I did.
Where was that?
It was off of Barrington Ferry Road on a dirt logging road.
And did you respond to that location?
I did.
And when you got there, what did you find?
There was a deceased female torso that was missing 2 legs and a head.
And where was that torso located? What county?
It was in Liberty County.
And are you familiar with that part of Liberty County?
I am.
How familiar are you?
Fairly familiar that it's pretty rural and planted pines and swamp area. And there's also a historical site not far from there.
Describe the weather conditions that day and the days leading up to that day.
It was kind of unseasonably cool for November for Southeast Georgia. I believe the lows had gotten in like the 40s and 50s for a couple of nights up to the 2nd.
Did you manipulate that torso in any way whatsoever?
I did touch a piece of it while I was taking pictures, but other than that, it was not moved from its location.
So you were close enough to the torso that you were able to touch it.
That's correct.
Did you detect any odor?
Not really.
Who all was on the scene when you arrived?
There were several hunters in the roadway down with the deputy. It was Shane Martin and Brian Del Rio. And then there was Lieutenant Anthony Brown that was also on scene in the setting up crime scene tape.
Do you recall about what time of day it was?
It was around 1650, which is 4 p.m., 4 to 5 p.m. is when the call came out.
What were the daylight conditions like?
It was dusk
How long did you remain at the scene?
until about 2 a.m. on the 3rd.
And while you were at the scene, attending the torso that had been found, was anything else found by any other person?
There was a black Husky tote and a Milwaukee brand knife that was discovered just at the entrance of the logging road where it met Barrington Ferry Road.
And were you present when the knife and the tote was discovered?
That's correct, I was.
I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 2.7. You recognize this picture?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that picture?
That's the Milwaukee brand knife.
Did you return to that same general area the following day, Saturday, December the 3rd?
I did.
For what purpose?
To look in the ditch lines, that road, that logging road traveled for a mile or better back and made a loop back into Barrington Ferry Road, just to see if there was any other items that we could find and have the advantage of daylight.
Did you find it, you yourself find anything of interest?
I did not.
Was Philip McCallum present during the time you were there?
Not when I was there originally. Earlier in the day, he was not.
Later?
Yes,
Earlier?
sir. Later in the day,
And did he make a discovery?
he did.
And did you go to the location of where he made that discovery?
I did.
And when you got to that location, what did you observe?
That he had discovered a right leg in a wooded area as he went to a food plot to put out corn for hunting.
And what did you do after he discovered the right leg?
When I responded on scene, I contacted Agent Sains with GBI, advised him of the discovery, also contacted McIntosh County because we were in the McIntosh County jurisdiction at that time.
Now, when you were there the day before on December 2nd, do you recall having a conversation with Special Agent Sands?
In reference to?
Who was going to be the lead agency? Who was going to assist?
Correct.
Do you
We did.
recognize Agent Sands in the courtroom?
I do.
Where is he seated?
He's sitting right there, prosecution table in the middle.
And you, acting as a representative of the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, requested the GBI to do what?
For any type of investigative assistance and to become lead agency in the investigation.
Now, as you stood by the right leg found by Mr. McCallum, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, how long did you remain with that leg?
I would say probably I was on scene for maybe about an hour and a half, 2 hours, best I can recall.
And you remained with the leg until what happened?
Until the county coroner arrived.
And what happened then?
He collected it and transported it to the morgue.
Did you then have occasion on Monday, December 5th, to return to that area?
I did.
For what purpose?
Agent Sands had organized a search with cadaver dogs for the area.
And did you participate in that search?
I did.
Did you find anything?
After the cadaver dogs had cleared the area where Philip McCullough had discovered the leg, the canine handlers advised that it was safe for us to walk through there without contaminating any scent trails or anything that they would be interested in. And we began just searching the grounds, walking through in a semi-grid pattern, found a disturbed area of dirt that appeared to be done by some type of tool consistent with a shovel mark.
And where was that disturbed area of dirt?
I believe the logging road was named Ransom Place. And this was the food plot. It's like an improved road where they were, where Philip McCullough was putting the corn out for the deer.
And that disturbed area of dirt was in what relationship to where the right leg had been found?
In like an approximation of feet or yards.
Yes.
I would say it's probably between 20 and 50 yards from where the leg was discovered.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness throughout his testimony?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now as part of State's Exhibit number 210A. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that a picture of?
A picture of me pointing to the disturbed area on the ground.
I'm showing you now State's Exhibit number 210B.
Yes,
What
sir.
is that?
That's a close-up image of the disturbed area on the ground.
And where do you see the disturbed area in that photograph?
In the middle where the dirt's overturned and on top of the pine straw and leaves.
Any items in there that appear to be cut or damaged?
There was some roots here in the middle that were cut.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the disturbed area of dirt as you testified?
They did.
I'll tender at this time State's Exhibit 210A and 210B.
Any objection? No objection. So both is moved.
Just to keep it simple, may the witness step down and publish these to the jury. You'll come down here to protect the cross. We'll do it on both ends of the jury box. I'm showing you first State's Exhibit number 210. Describe for the jury what this picture shows.
That's me standing off the area. This was to the left here is where basically an improved trail, like a fire break that had been used several times for them to plant a food plot in. And that's the area of disturbed dirt that is overturned and sitting on top of the pine straw.
Right, here's State's Exhibit 210B.
And this was the area of disturbed dirt where this dirt is on top of the pine straw and leaves. And right here in the middle, there's a root that has been cut on one end that's kind of pried up, sticking out of the ground.
And if you do the same thing on the other end, starting with 210A.
And again, you can see the dirt on top of the pine straw and stuff that was sitting on top of the ground.
And 210B.
And kind of a ditch line here, and that's the piece of root right there.
Thank you. You can have a seat. On the day, that same day, on December 5th, 2022, were you present when the canines found an object?
Correct, that I was.
And what object was that was found?
I believe it was the left leg.
Was there any damage to the foot on that leg?
There was a presence of insect and animal activity.
And what did you do with respect to the discovery of the leg?
I just responded to the location, waited on Special Agent Brett Dickerson to come. He was there with us as well.
And when Investigator Dickerson arrived, was the leg in the same condition as it was when you first observed it?
Yes, sir.
Was there a discovery made shortly after the left leg was discovered?
Yes, sir, there was.
And what was that?
A gray Sterilite brand container.
Did you see it?
I did.
Did you look inside of it?
I did.
What was inside?
There was a mixture of a brownish red liquid and leaf material.
Did you return to this same general area on Wednesday, December 7th, 2022?
I did.
For what purpose?
To conduct another search, follow-up search with one of the cadaver dogs. Their team had decided after reviewing the locations they had traveled, any areas of interest that the dogs might have shown interest in a scent trail for us to continue looking, and also to look manually on the ground just by walking around for anything that might be of interest, any items of evidence.
Did you find anything?
I did.
What did you find?
A human head.
What led to the discovery of the head?
Driving down again, I believe the road's called Branson Place. It's not an official road. It's like a logging trail. Driving down, looking in the ditch line, it was getting dusk, and there was among the planted pines on the edge of the road, there's a live oak tree. And I was using that to kind of block the sun out of my eyes, and when I could look between that tree and another tree next to it, there appeared to be an area of disturbed dirt behind it that stood out from the rest, as it didn't have the same amount of leaf covering and stuff on it.
So I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.16. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that a picture of?
That's a picture of my vehicle near the oak tree, along with a yellow evidence marker by an area of disturbed dirt.
Who put that evidence marker there?
I did.
And what is the evidence marker depicting?
That's the location where the head was located.
And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the scene as you found it that day?
It does.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.17. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
What's that a picture of?
A picture of a human head.
Had it been touched or handled in any way at the time that photograph was taken?
Yes, sir. At the time this photograph was taken, we had tried to remove some of the loose dirt, as it was kind of sandy, loose soil. And once we got to a point where the dirt wasn't freely falling off, we relocated it to a body bag.
I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 2.18 and ask if you can identify that.
I can.
What is it?
It's the same head.
Is it any different than the previous picture?
In this one, we open the eyes to see the eye color.
And what color are those eyes?
In this picture, they're brown.
And can you recognize a nose and a mouth?
Not clearly, no, sir.
And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the head that you found?
Yes, sir, it does.
So I'll tender at this time States Exhibit 216, 217, and 218.
No objection, Judge. You're all admitted.
And I would request at this time they be published to the jury via the system.
You may.
All right, do you see anything on your monitor?
No, sir, we don't.
Give me just a minute, Mr. Gregg, it's gonna show up on the big TV. Give me just a second.
That's fine. If you let me know when something appears on your screen.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm having to get Miss Tiffany because the big screen has to be unplugged in order for it not to show up.
Okay.
So it doesn't show up.
All right, sir, I have a picture.
All right. Describe for the jury what evidence exhibit number that is.
It is 2.16.
And describe what that photograph shows.
That is me standing off in the planted pines, facing back towards my vehicle on the roadway, and the yellow evidence marker in the foreground, the disturbed dirt, is the location where the head was discovered.
All right, if we can publish the next exhibit. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
What exhibit number is that?
2.17.
What does it depict?
It is a human head with dirt.
The same head you testified that you discovered?
That's correct.
State's exhibit, the next exhibit, please. You see it on your screen.
Yes, sir, I did.
What's the exhibit number?
2.18.
And describe what the jurors are seeing.
The same human head, this time with the eyes a little bit more open to see the eye color.
All right, thank you. You may turn it off. Now, you worked in concert investigating this case with Investigator Sands.
That is correct.
And on May the 5th, 2023, were warrants obtained.
I'm not sure exactly the date, but that sounds close to the right around the time that warrants were secured
For what offense?
for murder.
And who was named as the suspect in that warrant?
Nicholas Kassotis, aka Nicholas Stark.
After that arrest warrant was obtained, was the defendant arrested?
He was.
Approximately how long after the warrants were obtained?
I believe it was May 12th, I believe was the day he was arrested. So just within a few days, maybe about a week.
And on May 13th, 2023, did you accompany Agent Sands to Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
I did.
What was in Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
Mr. Kassotis,
And where was he up there?
he was in the Lancaster State Prison.
Is that a pretrial detention facility or not?
They have a facility for that inside the prison.
And why did you and Agent Sands go to that location?
To attempt to conduct an interview with Mr. Kassotis.
When you met with the defendant, did you inform him of any rights?
They were advised to him by Agent Sands.
In your presence?
That's correct.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit 2.19. Can you identify that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's a waiver of rights form.
Pertaining to who?
Nicholas Killian James Stark.
And can you inform the jury what rights he was advised of before your interview took place?
Yes, sir. I have the right to remain silent. Anything I say can be used against me in a court of law. I have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with me while I'm being questioned. If I cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before any questioning if I wish. I can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements.
Did he appear to understand those rights?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did he indicate whether or not he wished to waive those rights by signing that document?
He did.
Did he do that in your presence?
Yes, sir, he did.
And does this fairly and accurately, is this a copy of the Miranda form that you used to advise the defendant in this case of his Miranda warning rights?
Yes, sir.
And I'll tender at this time State's Exhibit 2.19.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
If you will, describe the area where this interview took place.
It was in a room inside the prison. There was a table, a couple of chairs, a small window, and a couple of doors.
Was he allowed to be seated?
Yes, sir, he was.
Were you and Agent Sands sitting also?
Yes, sir, we were.
Was the defendant wearing handcuffs?
Not during that time, no, sir.
Did you or Agent Sands have weapons that were visible?
No, sir.
Did you ascertain his level of education?
Agent Sands did, yes, sir.
And what did he report was his highest level of education?
I believe he graduated as a Juris Doctorate.
An attorney?
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to be injured in any way whatsoever?
He did not.
Did he appear to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs to any degree whatsoever?
No, sir, he did not.
Was there anything unusual about his appearance?
No, sir.
Was he cooperative?
He was.
Can you describe his demeanor?
He was very calm, even keeled. He didn't show a lot of emotion, just answered questions and was openly speaking with us.
Did he seem to be aware of the circumstances surrounding this interview?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke to him, were his answers to you and Agent Sands responsive to the questions that were being asked?
Yes, sir, they were.
At any time, did he invoke his right to remain silent?
No, sir, he did not.
At any time, did he invoke his right to speak only with an attorney present?
No, sir, he did not.
Was there any offer of hope, of reward, or benefit in exchange for him giving a statement?
No, sir, it was not.
Was he promised any leniency in treatment if he gave a statement?
No, sir, he was not.
Was he threatened or coerced in any way whatsoever to give a statement?
No, sir, he was not.
And was this interview recorded?
It was
How?
audio recording.
There's no video of this interview.
No, sir.
For how long did the defendant stay in the state of Pennsylvania?
I believe he was there for a period of at least 2 weeks. I believe when he came back to Georgia was May 26th.
All right, before I move on to that, I'm showing you now state exhibit number 2.20. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
It's a Georgia Bureau of Investigation waiver of constitutional rights to search warrant of a person.
And what does that seek to obtain?
On here, it's requesting a saliva sample,
And what was the date?
5/13 of 23.
And was the defendant requested to provide a sample of his saliva?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did he agree to do that?
He did.
Were there any threats or promises?
No, sir, there was not.
Did he appear to freely and voluntarily consent to the seizure of the sample of his saliva?
Yes, sir, he did.
And was that sample obtained in your presence?
It was obtained in my presence, yes, sir.
In the state's exhibit number 2.20, a fair and accurate copy of the original consent form.
Yes, sir, it is.
I'll tender at this time state's exhibit number 2.20.
All right, it's admitted.
And the date on this form is what?
5/13 of 23.
So that's when you were still up in Pennsylvania.
Correct.
Sometime later, the defendant was returned to the state of Georgia, is that correct?
That's correct.
On about May 26, 2023, did you come in contact with the defendant here in Liberty County?
Yes, sir, I did.
For what purpose?
To conduct a follow-up interview.
I'm showing you now what's marked as state's exhibit number 2.21 and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, sir.
What's that a picture of?
Mr. Kassotis.
Is that how he appeared on May 26, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the way you appeared that day?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'll tender at this time state's exhibit number 2.21.
No objection, Your Honor.
Why did you come in contact with him again on May 26th?
To conduct a follow-up interview.
Were you alone or with anyone?
I was with Special Agent Sands again.
And before that interview took place, did you advise the defendant of any rights
Special Agent Sands did again, yes, sir.
in your presence?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now what's marked as state's exhibit 2.22. You recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
It's a waiver of rights form.
And can you inform the jury what rights he was advised of prior to that interview taking place?
Yes, sir. I have the right to remain silent. Anything I say can be used against me in a court of law. I have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with me while being questioned. If I cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before any questioning if I wish. I can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statement.
Did he appear to understand those rights as he was being informed?
Yes, sir, he did.
Did he indicate on that form whether he agreed to waive those rights?
He did.
How did he indicate that?
He signed.
In your presence?
Yes, sir.
I can't remember, is this tendered already or not? 222. Is it a fair and accurate copy of the original Miranda warning rights as given by Agent Sands to the defendant?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'll tender state's exhibit 2.22.
No objection. It's admitted.
Where did that interview take place?
At the Liberty County Jail in the CID building in an interview room.
Can you describe the area where the interview took place?
Yes, sir. It's a room with a table and a couple of chairs in it.
Was the defendant allowed to be seated?
Yes, sir, he was.
Were you and Agent Sands seated?
Yes, sir, we were.
Did he appear to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
He did not.
Did he appear to be injured in any way whatsoever?
He did not.
Did you or Agent Sands have weapons that were visible?
On that day, I cannot recall if we had our weapons out of the holsters and put up, or our holsters were just present or not.
They were never removed from holsters?
No, sir, not in the room.
Was there anything unusual about his appearance or his behavior?
No, sir.
Was he cooperative?
He was.
Can you describe his demeanor during that interview?
Very calm, unemotional, and responsive to question.
Did he seem to be aware of his surroundings?
He did.
Did he seem to understand what was happening?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke to him and Agent Sands spoke to him, were his answers responsive to the questions?
Yes, sir, they were.
At any time, did he invoke his right to remain silent?
No, sir, he did not.
At any time, did he invoke his right to speak only with an attorney being present?
No, sir, he did not.
Was he offered any hope of reward or benefit in exchange for making a statement?
No, sir, he was not.
Was he promised any lenient treatment in exchange for him making a statement?
No, sir, he was not.
Was he threatened or coerced in any way whatsoever?
No, sir, he was not.
And was this interview recorded?
Yes, sir, it was.
How was it recorded?
Both audio and video recorded.
At this time, the state is tendering a number of certified with the business records. And they come with a certificate of authenticity. They've been shown to Mr. Weinstein. And I'm moving to admit at this time State's Exhibit number 2.26A and 2.26B, 2.26C, 2.23, 2.24, 2.25, 2.25A, and 2.25B.
Any objection?
Can I just say those
Yes, sir.
before we move in again? Sure. Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, the exhibits are admitted without objection.
Before we get into the exhibits, can you describe for the jury what investigative steps were taken to try to develop a lead as to who the offender was?
We looked at the evidence that we had. I knew from just personal experience shopping and from a previous case dealing with Home Depot loss prevention, Milwaukee brand and Husky brands were ones that were sold at those stores. So I had the SKU number was still on the Husky box. So I took that SKU and a picture of the knife and sent it to loss prevention for Home Depot and requested any purchases in the area of the last couple of months of a combination of those two items with other items or just with that items individually.
And when you're talking about the knife, you're referring to the knife that's depicted in State's Exhibit 2.7?
That's correct.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.25. Can you identify what that is?
It's a business records affidavit.
Attached to what?
Attached to a response with a list of sales of items and customer information.
Was that based on an inquiry you made with Home Depot?
That is correct.
And what does that item, that business record, show?
It shows purchases of the Milwaukee knife.
Does it identify the purchaser?
Yes, sir, it does.
By what name?
Just by name.
And what name is on that document? Is there more than one name?
There is.
Is the defendant's name on that document?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it indicates what?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Does it? Go ahead.
Gives a date, 11/29 of 2022. Gives a time of 8:56 a.m. and gives a store number of 170, a registration number, transaction type, and the tender type, and the amount paid.
All right, I'm showing you at this time what's marked as State's Exhibit 2.23. Here we go. Can you identify that document?
Yes, sir. It's also the business records affidavit
From what business?
from Home Depot.
And what does Exhibit 2.23 show?
It is a Home Depot receipt for August 16th of 2022.
For a purchase of what?
It has Clorox paper towel wipes, Gorilla Glue, reusable latex gloves, scented cinnamon broom, a caulkbacker, folding razors, and a putty knife and a Coke Zero.
Let's go back to that last. Home Depot Business Record States Exhibit number 225. I'm showing you now what's marked as States number 2.26. Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. The top one is the business records affidavit from Home Depot.
And what is attached?
Spreadsheet with the purchases of the knife from customers from period of October to December from stores on the I-95 corridor from Brunswick to Charleston.
And on that document is the defendant's name. Does it appear?
Yes, sir, it does. This document here, I'm sorry, is actually the list of items he purchased that Nicholas Kassotis purchased from Home Depot.
On what date?
It has a date range of August 6th through December 29th on this.
I'm showing you now what's marked as States 2.26. Can you identify that?
That appears to be the same form.
Just in a different format.
Correct.
Showing you now what's marked as States 2.26. Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. Also the business records affidavit for Home Depot. And it is a receipt for November 29th, 2022 for a Milwaukee smooth blade insulation knife.
That's that same orange handle knife that has been referred to earlier.
Correct. It also has an image on it as well.
And
attached
the
to it.
image was taken from where?
From Home Depot.
Surveillance video?
Correct. Would you like all these?
Yes. Do you recognize the person who's depicted in this surveillance video attached to that exhibit?
Yes, sir. It's Mr. Kassotis.
Do you see anything under his arm?
It appears to be a Milwaukee knife.
I'm showing you now what's marked as states number 2.23. Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. It's a business records affidavit, also from Home Depot.
And what does that record show?
It shows purchases, the ones I read earlier, 75 count Clorox towel wipes, Gorilla Super Glue, latex gloves, cinnamon broom, caulkbecker, folding utility knife, flexible putty knife, and a Coke Zero.
And on what date were those items purchased?
That was purchased August 16th of 2022.
At what store?
That would be the 1901 East Victory Drive in Savannah, Georgia.
I'm showing you now what's marked states exhibit number 2.24. Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. The business records affidavit from Home Depot.
And what does it show?
Shows a purchase date of November 4th, 2022 at the 11180 Abercorn Street Extension, Savannah, Georgia store. And it shows an anvil D-handle digging shovel and another item, fiberglass hammer, 20-ounce fiberglass hammer.
And the date of that purchase?
Was November 4th,
In which,
2022.
which store?
It's 11180 Abercorn Street, Savannah, Georgia. And also an image attached to it.
What is the image?
Appears to be Mr. Kassotis walking out of the store with a shovel.
That's taken from the surveillance system of that store.
That's correct.
And of course, for the jury's benefit, they will have all of these items submitted as evidence out with them in the jury deliberation room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now what's marked as states exhibit number 2.25A. Do you recognize that?
It's a state of Missouri, a county of Greene business records affidavit.
What does it depict?
Custodian records for Bass Pro. And there's a receipt attached to it, but the print's too small to make out.
And has that print been enlarged in states exhibit number 2.25B?
That is consistent with the format, yes, sir.
And what does that show?
It shows a purchase from the Savannah store on November 28, 2022. And it's a Pursuit 7-piece knife set.
And based on learning that that 7-piece knife set had been purchased from Bass Pro, what, if anything, did you do?
I requested a copy of this and any other information that had reference to this purchase. And I was also requested to go and buy one of the 7-piece knife kits.
Did you?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.25C. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's my handwriting on the evidence bag,
And what's inside that evidence bag?
the 7-piece knife kit.
And when you placed it in that bag, was the bag sealed by you?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was the knife set in a new condition when you placed it in the bag?
Yes, sir, it was.
Had it ever been used by you?
No, sir, it had not.
At this time, would you unseal that bag in the presence of the jury? You just removed the box. Describe that box.
It's got orange writing, white writing, got a picture of 4 different knives, a sharpener, a nylon carry bag, and a saw.
And are those knives inside that box?
It feels like it has some contents in it.
Does the box appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you packaged it?
Yes, sir, it does.
I'll tender at this time the State Exhibit number 2.25C. During the course of your investigation, did you research the recall history of the defendant's 2022 Ford Explorer?
I did.
Did you have access to that vehicle purchase information?
I did.
Did you have access to the VIN on that vehicle?
I did.
And were you able to search for recalls using that unique VIN?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the result of your research?
The only recall I could locate was one for a rear bolt failure that would cause the vehicle to roll out apart.
And how recently did you perform that search?
Just last night.
Did you find any evidence of recalls for engine fires for that vehicle?
No, sir, I did not.
I think there's a matter we need to take up outside of the presence of the jury briefly.
Okay. Are you asking if they be excused, or can we handle this?
They need to be excused.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please step out just a minute.
I don't.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Yes, sir, Mr. McCollum.
So this will be simpler than I anticipated. Mr. Hershey yesterday was asked about a vehicle recall. He was asked, are you familiar that in August of 2024, Ford recalled 85,000 Ford Explorer SUVs for engine fires over the period of manufacture from 2020 to 2022? My intent was to tender this State's Exhibit number 2.52 that we obtained from the internet. I believe that's where the information came from. And it's my understanding that Mr. Weinstein will not object to me tendering this as an exhibit.
And just to clarify, I don't recall exactly where that information came from that I got yesterday, but I do not object to the state tendering this exhibit.
All right, then. Problem solved.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Where's the,
Can you step out and ask?
yeah, if you would, go ahead and ask him to come back in. That's what you need. All right, everyone, please be seated. Council, you may continue.
While the jury is in the courtroom, the state will tender to exhibit 2.52.
6.52, I understand there's no objection.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted without objection.
I'm showing this to you, Detective Frost, exhibit 2.52. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Where'd that come from?
It's a screenshot from my computer.
Would you read the contents of that to the jury, please?
Ford Motor Company, August 16th routers. Ford Motor Company is recalling about 85,000 Explorer SUVs equipped with a police interceptor utility package over concerns of an engine fire, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said Friday. In the event of a motor failure, oil and fuel may be released into the engine compartment and accumulate near ignition sources, possibly resulting in fire, the regulator said. There's also a blurb for stay up to date, latest news trends. That's just Reuters. The recall affects SUVs from model years 2020 to 2022, equipped with a 3.3 liter hybrid and gasoline engines.
So you have the purchase documents of the vehicle that was sold to the defendant in this case. Is
They're in
that
the
correct?
file. Yes, sir.
Did that vehicle purchased by this defendant have a police interceptor package?
Not according to the bill of sale, no, sir.
Did it have a 3.3 liter hybrid engine?
No, sir, it did not.
That's all the questions I have.
Lacey?
Good morning, Investigator Frost.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis,
Yes, sir.
as I'm sure you well know.
Good.
So I understand that you are employed by the folks at this table, right? You're
Right.
employed by the DA's office right now?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. But you formerly were with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office.
That is correct, sir.
At the time you were doing this investigation, were you with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office then?
I was.
And
yes,
then
sir.
you, I'm sorry, I'll let you finish the question,
Yes, sir, I was.
finish the answer. And then you subsequently became employed with the DA's office, which is where you're working right now, correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. Let me ask you about that Milwaukee knife that you found at the scene. Now, you mentioned Mr. Kassotis purchasing a Milwaukee knife at Home Depot, correct?
That's correct.
And it was the same model knife, right?
Correct.
But you have no way of knowing if that is the same knife, correct?
That is correct.
As far as you know, it could be a completely different knife.
That is correct.
And because of a previous investigation, I guess you'd been a part of, you went to Home Depot looking for that Milwaukee knife, correct?
That is correct.
Did you go to City Electric Supply looking for that knife?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you go to Savannah Rubber Conveyor looking for that knife?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you go to Ferguson Enterprises to look for that knife?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you go to Whitecap to look for that knife?
No, sir, I did not.
What about LGG Industrial?
No, sir, I did not.
Savannah Wire and Electric?
No, sir, I did not.
Berwick Ace Hardware?
No, sir, I did not.
None of those places.
No, sir, I did not.
Well, what about Train Technologies?
No, sir, I did not.
United Refrigeration?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you go to Triple J Mechanical?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you go to Sandpiper Supply?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you go to Johnstone Supply?
No, sir, I did not.
Contractors Depot?
No, sir, I did not.
Motion Industrial?
No, sir, I did not.
Gray Bar Electric?
No, sir, I did not.
The Krager Company?
No, sir, I did not.
Savannah Tool House?
No, sir, I did not.
Can't read my own writing, I'm sorry. Did you go to Granger?
No, sir, I did not.
Southern Pipe and Supply?
No, sir, I did not.
Baker Distributing?
No, sir, I did not.
U.S. Tool Group and Garden?
No, sir.
Jordan?
No, sir, I did not.
Southside Ace?
No, sir, I did not.
Triple J Mechanical?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you do a search online, or did you do any kind of search to see who else other than Home Depot was a distributor for Milwaukee Tools?
I did.
And what did you find when you
The
looked
knife
online?
was commonly sold at other places as well.
But you searched in none of those other places, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why didn't you search in those other places?
The only reason why I searched at Home Depot first and only was because of the combination of that being found next to the Husky tote. And I knew Husky was also a brand that Home Depot carried.
Okay, but you had no interest in checking out any of those other places where that Milwaukee tool could have been sold?
I did.
You mentioned that you were present in Lancaster, Pennsylvania on May the 13th, 2023, during that initial interview with Mr. Kassotis.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you said that Mr. Kassotis was calm, correct?
That's correct.
He was even keeled, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said he openly discussed the case with you,
That's correct.
and he was responsive to all your questions.
Yes, sir, he was.
He didn't invoke his rights under the Constitution, correct?
Correct.
But he's a lawyer. He was aware of those rights. He was aware he did not have to speak to you, correct?
That's correct.
And yet he still talked to you about this case.
Yes, sir, he did.
On May the 26th here in Georgia, when he got down here, again, you were present when he was being interviewed or interrogated then, correct?
That's correct.
And then again, he was calm, right?
That's correct.
And he was cooperative, correct?
That's correct.
And he was responsive.
Correct.
He still had his law degree then, right? So he was still a lawyer.
To my knowledge, that's correct.
You made him aware of his constitutional rights as you testified, right?
That was Agent Sands, but yes, sir, I was present for it.
And I certainly hope as a lawyer that he was aware of those rights. And again, you knew he was a lawyer, correct?
To my knowledge, yes, sir, he was.
Yet he still discussed the case with you.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you own a car?
I do.
Have you ever had have any of your cars or trucks ever been subject to recall?
Yes, I have.
So, and you may or may not be familiar with this, but you know, recalls, they sometimes spread. They'll start out with a small recall, and then over time, more and more vehicles will get recalled, correct?
I'm unaware how they work, sir.
You know, for example, do you recall the Takeda airbag recall from years ago?
I've heard of it, yes, sir.
You know, there was a Marietta lawyer that got that started, but that aside, that began in 2006. I don't know if you remember the exact year, but you recall it was some time ago, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that, for example, on the Takeda airbag recall, that over time, more and more and more vehicles were recalled? Do you remember reading about that?
I believe I heard it was quite a number of vehicles that were recalled.
Okay. So it's not unusual that recalls can spread over time from the initial recall, correct?
Correct.
Begging the court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me, one last question, then I'll let you go, or at least I will. The purchase of the shovel, when was that again?
Without looking at the receipt, best of my recollection, it was November 4th, 2022.
So November 4th, 2022. And how far in advance of that, how far in advance of finding Mindy Kassotis was November 4th, 2022?
We discovered her on December 2nd, 2022.
Okay. So roughly, can I say approximately a month?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a shovel?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you purchase it?
I did.
Okay. I've got no more questions.
Yes, sir.
No question. All right, thank you, sir. You can step down. Yes, sir.
Call Ms. Hanson.
Ms. Hanson. All right. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, John.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand and face the clerk over here.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat.
You're going to need to speak up so the jury can hear you. That's a microphone that's just in front of you. If you can place your mouth close to the microphone. Would you state your name and spell it?
Vashnavi Khare,
How do you spell your first name?
Vashnavi, Khare,
How do you spell that?
Khare.
Did you have a different last name a
Yes.
while ago?
I just got divorced a few months ago, so
What-
it was Hansen.
Spell Hanson.
Hansen.
And do you live in this area?
Yes, sir.
Where do you live?
I'm currently staying in Tybee Island, Georgia.
Do you operate an Airbnb business, or did you?
Yes.
When did you operate that business?
I started in July 2021.
Do you own property in Chatham County
Yes.
related to that business?
Yes.
Where do you own that property?
I have one in Savannah and one in Tybee Island.
What about the one in Savannah? Where is it located?
The address is 311 East 65th Street.
I'm showing you a photograph. Mark States Exhibit number 2.27. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, that's my address.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the house at that location?
Yes.
I'll enter it this time. States Exhibit number 2.27.
It's a bit,
Insofar as your business is concerned, do you rent this house to people?
Yes.
When you rent it, is the house furnished?
Yes.
Do you recall that property being rented on or about June 30th, 2022?
Yes.
And who was the renter?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And at the time he rented that property, was the house furnished?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what the house looks like? How many bedrooms?
It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house, and it has a yard with a tree, and you can come in from the front and at the back.
What's in the backyard?
It's just a backyard, and then there's a small shed and a gate that leads to a small lane.
What is in the shed?
I mean, there used to be tools, but there's nothing right now.
During the period of time that Mr. Kassotis was renting there, what was in the shed?
There were just tools.
What kind of tools?
I don't really know all the tools, like hammer and like a screwdriver and like a saw maybe.
During the period of time that he was renting your house, were others staying there also?
No.
How do you know that?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know that.
Do you know or not know whether other people were staying there?
So the place was booked for 4 adults. So I just, Nicholas's photo was on it, and I don't know the other 3 adults that were staying there, that were booked.
Did he ever make reference to a wife
Yes,
and whether or not she was pregnant?
yes.
And what did he indicate to you was the condition of his wife?
He didn't indicate any condition. He just said that that they're expecting, I think, something on that.
Expecting a child?
Yeah, something on that basis. I don't know if it was expecting a child or something else, but in those lines.
How many times did you meet with Mr. Kassotis in person?
I met him one time. This was during a Hindu festival called Diwali, because I usually put a light. It's supposed to be for good luck. So I had contacted him to basically put a light in the house if he would oblige, or like, and he agreed upon it. So me and my ex-husband at that time went to the house and handed him a candle, and outside the house. We didn't go inside because he met us outside, and I gave it to him.
Would you recognize Mr. Kassotis if you saw him again?
Yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom?
yes.
Would you point to him?
He's sitting over there.
If you'd let the record reflect, she's indicated the defendant seated at the defense table.
it does.
Do you recall how long he rented that property?
About 3 months.
Do you recall from memory his move-out date?
I think sometime in November or December.
Did he move sooner than his anticipated move-out date.
Yes,
Did he notify you of that?
yes,
And when tenants move out, in particular, when Mr. Kassotis moved out, did you go to the house and inspect it?
yes.
What condition did you find the house in?
It was left very clean.
Pardon me?
It was very clean.
Cleaner more than normal when tenants move out of a property?
Yeah, it was very clean.
Did you look in the backyard?
Yeah,
Was there any evidence of digging in the backyard?
no,
Any evidence of digging in the front yard?
no.
Did you discover anything missing when you inspected the house?
Yes,
What was that?
it was a rug. I had a rug and it was replaced by another rug.
Describe where that rug was, the rug that you noticed was missing.
So the house, it's
Talk into the microphone.
sorry, the house has like a living area with the TV next to the kitchen, and the rug was there that leads up to the backyard.
Now, when you're advertising this property for rent,
Mhm.
do you put profile pictures on the internet ads?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.43. You recognize this picture?
Yes, that's the rug that was missing.
Okay. And does this picture fairly and accurately depict the living area of your house as well as the rug that's in front of the TV?
Yes.
Well, I'll tender it this time, State's Exhibit number 2.43.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is admitted.
Describe this rug for the jury.
It's a soft, colorful, regular rug. I think 5x7 size.
And the rug is right in front of the TV. Is that enough? I'm asking you, was it in front of the TV?
Oh yeah.
Now, initially, when you went to the property after Mr. Kassotis moved out, did you immediately recognize this rug was missing?
Yes.
And what was in its place?
It was another rug that was like a cheaper rug and a smaller rug instead.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.44. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And what is this a picture of?
The replacement rug, I think.
What's that picture? This rug here.
I think it's a replacement rug.
So this is not the rug that you had when you rented the place?
No.
Does this fairly and accurately depict the rug that was left after he moved out?
Correct. Yes.
I'll tender at this time State's Exhibit number 2.44.
No objection. It's admitted.
So would you describe the pattern on these two rugs as similar?
Yeah, but you can see they're not the same.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Weinstein?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. And I'm sorry that I did not catch this. Is your last name no longer Hansen?
Correct.
What's your last name presently?
Khare, Khare.
Khare?
Yes.
Am I saying that right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Khare, do you recall being interviewed by agents
Yes.
in I think May of 2023?
Yes.
And during that interview, you told the agents that Mr. Kassotis never bothered you, correct?
Yeah.
You told the agents that Mr. Kassotis was a good tenant.
Correct.
You told the agent that you had no issues with payments from Mr. Kassotis,
Correct.
that Mr. Kassotis always paid on time.
Correct.
You told agents that he was a very good tenant,
Mhm.
and you told agents that he was very professional, correct?
Correct.
In addition, you told the agents that when you got the home back from Mr. Kassotis, and I guess you inspected it. Do you normally inspect when you get a home back?
Yes.
So did you do an inspection this time
Yes.
with regard to Mr. Kassotis leaving the Airbnb?
Yes.
You said that there was no overpowering smell of bleach. You recall saying that?
Yes.
And also that there was no smell of cleaners, correct?
Yes.
You also told the agents there were no stains on fabrics, right?
Mhm.
Or on furniture.
Mhm.
You also mentioned something else that didn't come up in the direct exam today. Did you notice that the lock on the front door was completely broken?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them that the lock on the front door was completely broken?
I don't remember that now.
Okay. Regarding the rug being replaced, can I ask you about that? When you have tenants, and how long have you had Airbnbs?
So I had this one, and then before that, I took a break because I had a baby. So I had before that in Hawaii. So I don't know, like 10 years, relatively.
Sometimes do items in the Airbnbs go missing?
Correct.
Sometimes are they damaged?
Yes.
Occasionally will a tenant damage something and replace it with something else?
Never. Not usually.
But occasionally there are things that are damaged within the Airbnbs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You are free to go. All right. Our next witness, please.
Sorry, Judge.
No problem.
The state calls Tara Ransom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I just wanted to check. Can you please tell the court reporter your full name and how you spell it?
My name is Tara Ransom. That's spelled Tara-Ransom.
Ms. Ransom, there have been some other representatives from the crime laboratory who have already testified, so I'm going to try to not do the same questions more than once. So I'll try to keep them confined to your qualifications, okay? Can you tell us where you work?
I'm employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation at the Coastal Regional Crime Laboratory in Pooler, Georgia.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed with the GBI since February 1st of 2010, so approximately 15 and a half years now.
And what is your occupation at the GBI crime lab?
I am a forensic biologist. My job involves examining evidence for the presence of biological fluids, developing any DNA profiles that are present, and interpreting the results.
And have you always held that same position while at the crime lab?
I have.
Have you always worked at the one in this region at the Coastal Crime Laboratory in Pooler?
Yes.
So that entire experience was at the same facility?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury your educational background concerning that position?
I graduated from Eastern Washington University with a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry and Biochemistry with an emphasis in forensic science. I graduated from the University of Florida with a Master's of Science in Pharmacology with an emphasis in forensic DNA and serology. I completed an in-house training program with the GBI. The in-house training program involved processing mock samples, doing literature review, and taking both written and oral examinations. I am also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics. This is an independent agency that certifies forensic scientists.
And did you get that training prior to starting as a forensic biologist and DNA analyst at the crime laboratory?
I was hired as a forensic biologist and received on-the-job training before entering into casework.
Okay. And do you continue to do trainings while you maintain your position?
Yes, we do yearly continuing education.
And is that in addition to peer review and counseled sessions with supervisors?
Yes.
So that would be, you do both of those things?
Correct.
Thank you. And have you received any withdrawn? Can you describe your primary roles as a forensic biologist and analyst in what you specifically do at the crime lab?
As I said, as a forensic biologist, my job involves examining evidence for the presence of biological fluids. If biological fluids are present, then I send the case forward for DNA testing.
And do you sometimes do that DNA testing yourself?
Yes.
And what types of fluids do you generally work with?
At the GBI Crime Lab, we test for blood, semen, and saliva.
Are you trained in preserving and handling biological samples?
Yes.
How did you receive that training?
The training was part of that in-house training that we did and that we had to pass before entering into independent casework.
And are there protocols or guidelines in place that are regularly updated to ensure that you stay current with being able to properly handle those specimens?
Yes, we take a competency test before entering into casework to ensure that we are doing all procedures correctly. We also do proficiency tests twice a year in order to ensure that we are continuing to maintain our competency in the field.
What about the instruments at the lab that you use? Are there any specialized tests to ensure that they're properly calibrated and working accurately?
Yes, all instruments undergo regular maintenance and testing to ensure that they are working correctly before they're put into use.
And the crime laboratory in Pooler, the Coastal Crime Lab, was that accredited when you were working there on this case?
Yes,
Is it still accredited today?
yes,
Do you engage in quality assurance and quality control procedures in the laboratory concerning your cases still to this day?
yes,
And were those procedures in place when you were engaged in this case?
yes.
We've talked some about how to ensure that a biological sample was ripe or appropriate for testing. If you were to receive a sample that was not in a condition that was appropriate for testing, what would you do?
Could you clarify your question, please?
Sure. If you found that a sample was insufficient, meaning there wasn't enough of a sample to analyze, how would you document that?
So all samples are tested in order to determine whether or not there is a sufficient amount of either bodily fluid or DNA present. So within our reporting results, you would see a result saying that either it indicated a biological fluid, it failed to reveal a biological fluid, or it was inconclusive for the presence of a biological fluid.
Is that something you can tell with the naked eye?
No.
Is that something you actually test then to determine?
Yes.
Okay, so if a sample were to arrive at the laboratory in a condition that the chain of custody appeared to be intact, would you then conduct that test?
Yes.
If the chain of custody did not appear to be intact, what would you do?
I cannot testify to an item's chain of custody prior to it coming into the lab. When an item enters the lab, we examine it in order to determine, is the packaging sealed? Does it appear that it's been tampered with in any way? As long as the item is sealed and does not appear to be tampered with, then we proceed with testing, regardless of what the chain of custody was prior to that moment in time.
What I'm asking is if something came to you and it looked like it wasn't properly sealed or it didn't have the correct markings, what would you do in that case?
We would attempt to rectify the situation, whether it was that it needed a seal, we'd reach out to the agency and have them come back in and relabel an item or repackage it and reseal it to meet our standards.
And in this case, there weren't any problems with the receipt of the materials, correct?
Correct.
As a result, were you asked to perform some analysis in conjunction with samples received for this case?
Yes.
Before I get there, have you ever testified before as an expert?
Yes.
And approximately how many times have you testified?
I've testified over 100 times.
And in what fields?
I've testified in forensic biology, so body fluid identification and DNA testing.
Okay. And how many times you said? About 100?
A little over 100 times.
Okay. Is that here in the state of Georgia?
Within the state of Georgia and one time in North Carolina.
Okay. And have you ever been denied status as an expert in the field of forensic biology or DNA analysis?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to tender Ms. Ransom as an expert in the field of forensic biology and DNA analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
I think she's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, with connection with this case, you indicated that you had reviewed certain materials. Is that right?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury, did you prepare reports in conjunction with those analyses that you performed?
I did.
It doesn't matter. I'm showing, Your Honor, one moment. What number are we up to? Your Honor, I'm showing counsel exhibits marked 1.72, 73, and 74. which he has previously received, but just so he knows what I'm referring to.
What were those numbers again?
1.72, 73, and 74. Would it be fair to say that you handled various steps in the process of your analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of analysis of a DNA sample, I'm going to show you the physical reports that I have and the materials. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll start first with your reports. I'm showing you 1.7, 2, 3, and 4. Do you recognize those reports?
Yes, these are the 2 blood examination reports and 1 DNA typing report that I issued for this case.
What's the difference between DNA typing and the secondary report you just referred to?
The blood examination reports were issued prior to the DNA typing report. During that testing, I examined evidence items for the presence of blood, and if they indicated the presence of blood, then I sent them forward for DNA testing. So then a DNA typing report was issued.
If you had not found blood, what would have been your course of action?
If blood was not found, then a blood examination report would have been issued stating that the evidence items failed to reveal the presence of blood, and no DNA testing would have been performed.
Would that have concluded your testing at that stage then?
Yes.
So when I was talking about steps, did the testing reveal the presence of blood and ultimately require you to pass that along for a secondary set of tests?
Yes, the blood examination reports did indicate the need for a DNA testing report.
Okay. And I'm going to go through these samples with you. So my apologies while I affix stickers to these. I'm going to ask you to also tell us if those reports that are in your hand, can you tell if those are the reports that you yourself generated?
Yes, they are.
How can you tell?
The reports have the DOFS case number, Department of Forensic Science case number that was issued for this case, as well as my signature block, and the date that I had issued these reports.
Are those a duplicate of the original reports that were generated by you?
Yes, they are.
And are there any changes to them, or are those the actual reports you created?
These are the actual reports.
Your Honor, I would seek to tender those exhibits being 1.72, 1.73, and 1.74.
No objection. So your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. And now, with respect to the samples themselves, can you explain to the jury what a cutting is?
Cutting is generally cutting from a larger piece of fabric, such as clothing, a sheet, any sort of fabric that was submitted into the lab for testing.
And other than for a buccal swab, can you tell the jury what a swabbing refers to when it's not referencing a cheek sample?
So swabbing is simply a cotton swab that was used to sample any sort of presumed biological fluid from a seam.
Then how would you get that off of a dried substance, for example?
Generally, the way the swabs are collected is that the swab is wet down with sterile water and then applied to the dried stain.
And do you then literally swab to collect some of that sample?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm now going to show you what has been marked as states 1.75, 76, 77, 78. I'm also handing her 1.80, 81, 82, and 83, and showing them to counsel first round. Yes, yes, sir. I'm going to start with the bags 1.75 through 1.79. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
When you create a report, do you document the report in a fashion to be able to subsequently recall which sample you received?
Yes, when evidence is submitted into a crime lab, it's given an item number. So the report will list all the items that were tested, as well as the reporting statements will reference the item number and the evidence that was tested.
Is it fair to say that sometimes there's many samples on a single case?
Correct.
And in this case, would it be fair to say there were more than one sample?
Yes, there were several samples.
Okay. And when you document those in the report, do you reference how they were received as well as how you document them yourself inside of the laboratory?
Yes,
Do they get individual item numbers for each submission?
yes,
And is that documented on the report that you generate?
yes,
Does that allow you to subsequently be able to be here in court and testify about what those particular items were?
yes,
And is that documented on the reports that you have in front of you?
yes.
Okay. I'm now going to ask you, are there initials on those exhibits you're looking at right now that you recognize?
Yes.
And what are those?
So the ways that I recognize this evidence is as referenced, there is my initials and date on the evidence when I closed it back up after I was finished testing. As well as when evidence enters the laboratory, we place a barcode on it. We maintain an electronic chain of custody. This barcode lists the Department of Forensic Science case number and the item number.
And are all of those in the same or similar condition to when you finished up your analysis in conjunction with this case?
Yes,
Do you recognize each of those 5 bags as in that condition?
yes,
At this time, I seek to tender States Exhibits 1.72, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
I think the first 3 have already been admitted,
My apologies, Your Honor.
75 and 6.
Thank
No
you.
objection to 75.
All right, they're admitted.
And may I? Thank you. Inside of each of these, I may publish.
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that there are physical swabs inside of each of these that contain biological evidence?
which item numbers were those again?
Here, I'll give them back. My
Thank you.
apologies. I
Yes.
did not mean to confuse you.
Each of these does contain swabs.
And when I say biological evidence, would it be fair to say that blood is biological evidence?
Yes, it is.
As a general rule in court, would you prefer I not reopen biological samples?
It would probably be preferred.
Okay. And the reason I ask you that is this is not a sterile environment, right?
Correct. If evidence was opened in a non-sterile environment, then it could not be tested again in the future.
Okay. So those swabs, though, have they already been tested?
Yes, I tested them during both the blood examination and sent them forward to DNA testing.
Okay. So with respect to those 5 samples, do you know where those samples are from?
The items were listed, States Exhibit 1.76, 1.75, 1.77, and 1.78 were listed as coming from a living room floor. And States Exhibit 1.79 was from a living room wall.
And were you able to do a blood test on each of those swabs and the cuttings to determine if blood was present on each of those 5 swabs?
Yes.
And was there?
Yes, chemical examination of the floor swabbings and the den wall swabbing indicated the presence of blood.
So all of them had blood?
Correct.
Thank you. Now I'm showing you 1.81, 1.82, 1.83, and my apologies, 1.80 first. Do you recognize these 4 exhibits?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
These exhibits are cuttings or swabbings that I took from the larger evidence items during my blood examination testing.
And did those cover different samples than what you just described as the floor and the wall blood swabs?
Yes.
What areas or what materials were you testing in those samples?
State's Exhibit 1.81 was cutting from clothing, namely panties and 2 tops. State's Exhibit 1.82 was cutting from a futon mattress padding. State's Exhibit 1.83 was cutting from a futon mattress cover. And State's Exhibit 1.80 was swabs of a blood stain from a container, contact DNA swabs from container handles, swab of a blood stain from a container, contact DNA swabs from the container handles, a general swab of a blood stain from a knife blade, contact DNA swabs from the knife handle and sheath.
And so you described earlier that when you receive a sample, would it be fair to say one of your first tests is to determine if there's actually DNA available to test? Or do you start with blood? What do you start with?
It depends on the case circumstances. If there's both a request for contact DNA, which could be from someone handling an object, as well as biological fluids, we perform bulk testing. I would look at an item, test it for the presence of blood. And regardless of whether or not I found blood, I would go ahead and test certain areas of the item for contact DNA.
So it's possible to have no blood present, but DNA present.
Correct.
Is it also possible that the blood itself is the DNA?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, did you ultimately test the substances that you just described for the jury in those additional exhibits?
I did.
Do you recognize those exhibits in their condition to have any of those indicative markings you've already described for us?
Yes, they all have the case barcode as well as my evidence seals on them.
At this time, I would seek to tender those exhibits as in evidence at this time.
Which specific exhibits are those exhibits?
This is exhibit 1.80, 1.81, 1.82, and 1.83.
Any objection?
No objection to those. I will note that 1.77, 1.78, 1.79 have not been tendered as exhibits.
I have not.
My apologies. Are all of them in the same or substantially the same condition with those markings that you've described?
Yes.
I would seek to tender them all, Your Honor.
And all includes 1.77, 1.78, and 1.79, correct?
Yes.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
So if you could, can you tell the jury, when you receive an item of clothing that may be stained with blood, what do you do with it?
So during a blood examination, I first look at the evidence item to determine if there is an observed reddish-brown stain present that would be indicative of blood. I then take a small sampling of that stain, be it a swab with sterile water, as I previously described, or a small cutting of the stain, and I apply chemicals to it. We perform 2 different tests for blood at the GBI Crime Lab. These tests are color change tests. The chemicals start out colorless, and in the presence of blood, they will change to an expected color. One chemical changes from colorless to pink, and one changes from colorless to green. So if both of these chemicals change their expected colors of pink and green, then that would indicate the presence of blood. If only one of the chemicals changed to its expected color, that would be an inconclusive result. And if both chemicals stayed colorless, then it would fail to reveal the presence of blood.
And once you have the analysis, I believe you testified that it is blood, that's when you may submit it on for further analysis?
Correct.
Okay. If I may have those laboratory reports, please. Thank you. I'm going to go in the sequence of your testing. Thank you. Without the guide, I need to know where it is on the screen. Okay. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury, on the far left margin here, do you see those numbers, 62, 62A, B, C, all of that?
Yes.
Would that be your documentation of those item numbers that you previously described to the jury?
Yes.
And is that your way of documenting this for your testimony as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury which items specifically you tested for blood and which ones of those had a positive result for blood?
So in this case report, I tested BOFS item 34, a knife, and item 36, which was clothing from a plastic bag, which included 36A, panties, 36B, a piece of a top, 36C, a piece of a shirt, 36D, a piece of a top. I also tested DOFS item 37, a gray storage container without a lid. DOFS item 38, a black storage container without a lid. And DOFS item 39, a gray lid.
Okay. And which of those items that you just described had the presence of blood on them?
Chemical examination of the panties, item 36A, the top, item 36B, the t-shirt, item 36C, the top, item 36D, the gray storage container, item 37, and the black storage container, item 38, indicated the presence of blood. And chemical examination of the general swabbings conducted on the knife blade, item 34, indicated the presence of blood. Chemical examination of the stains on the gray lid, item 39, failed to reveal the presence of blood.
So the only item that didn't show the presence of blood was that gray lid?
Correct.
Okay. And the totes themselves, you indicated you tested the gray tote and the black tote both, correct?
Correct.
And both of those appeared, or through your testing, demonstrated the presence of blood?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell the jury on a tote, and you could pass me 2 of the gloves over there. It doesn't matter. They're both big on me. Your Honor, I am referring to states 1.6 and 1.5. May she step down, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm going to turn it just so that the jury can see as well. Counsel, if you need to reposition, by all means. Are there notes on here as to the exhibits?
Yes. When evidence is submitted to the lab, we need the evidence item to be identified with the agency case number, and contents of the item.
And would you be able to determine if this was the same exhibit that you tested, being a black or a gray tote, by looking at all of the markings on this exhibit?
Yes.
And are they, in fact, and I'm pointing to 1.5 and now additionally to 1.6?
Yes, these are the items that I tested.
Okay. And in the form of testing, you referenced a swab. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you swab these specific totes?
Yes.
I'm going to pull out 1.5. Would it be fair to say that this is the black tote?
Yes.
And the other box then, is that the gray tote?
Yes.
Okay. And when you swabbed it, can you tell the jury exactly what you would physically do to go about doing that?
So in this case, I took out the item, I examined the item for the presence of any of that observed reddish-brown staining, which I did see. I then took a swabbing of that staining, tested it for blood using those 2 chemicals. It indicated the presence of blood. It had also been requested that there be contact DNA testing performed, as well as latent print examinations. So I swabbed the handles of the tote, trying to get the general palm area where somebody's might be pressed up against it while avoiding any areas that latent prints might find useful.
Okay. Is there a possibility of problems if you go out of sequence in terms of who tests what first?
Yes.
So is there a preferred procedure, meaning DNA first or fingerprint first?
Serological examination, so any of your biological fluids are tested prior to sending it to latent prints.
And why would that be?
Some of the chemicals and testing that latent prints uses in their examinations can interfere with our testing.
And is that the procedure that was followed here?
Yes.
Do you see that latent print? I mean, I know you don't do latent print analysis, but do you see that latent print dust on the exterior of this exhibit?
Yes, that's what that would appear to be.
That was not present when you did your testing, correct?
Correct.
So that would have come subsequent to your analysis?
Correct.
Okay, I thank you. Now, you can have a seat. I'm gonna try and put this back. Just so we're clear, there had been some prior testimony rather, that there's some different tape that's used by the crime laboratory than, for example, this red evidence tape. Which tape is your tape?
My tape is this red evidence tape you can see right here on the side with my initials right there.
Okay, so that would have been you reclosing this box after you completed?
Correct.
And do other divisions of the crime laboratory use different types of tape?
Yes, as that tape says impressions evidence on it, I would presume it was from the latents.
Okay. So different parts of the laboratory use different material tapes so that they can document that. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, without sounding perhaps like a silly question, if there was blood in your swabbing from inside of the tote, that was from the inside that you swabbed or the exterior?
The inside.
Did you swab the exterior?
The exterior, the handles were swabbed for contact DNA.
But any of the other portions on the exterior of the tote were not swabbed?
Correct.
Why not?
I didn't observe blood on the outside of the tote.
If you had seen a reddish brown stain on the exterior, would you have also swabbed that?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, would it be fair to say you swabbed the areas that you made an observation of what could potentially be a biological fluid?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated both the gray and the black tote had swabbings that revealed blood.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to the totes, you referenced some clothing items. Can you tell us, with respect to those clothing items, I'm going to show you, I believe it's, if I may, Your Honor, I will have to go behind the witness. I'm handing the witness 1.15. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, State's Exhibit 1.15 is the clothing items that I tested in this case.
And would it be fair to say that those are the items that are on your report as 36A, B, C, and D?
Correct.
Okay. And did you process those similarly to how you just described?
Yes.
And those are the same items themselves here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, if there was a lid of a container that did not come into contact physically with, for example, in this case, the issue is the portion of somebody's human remains, how would DNA deposit on a substance? Can you explain that for the jury?
DNA can deposit on a substance either through contact DNA, skin cells, or through the biological fluid. So a biological fluid would have to come in contact with the item.
So if there was no physical contact, then DNA would not transfer?
A biological fluid would not transfer, yes.
Okay, so biological fluid, not transfer. Can you explain how friction of a cleansing wipe across the surface of, for example, a tote lid or handle might impact your ability to recover DNA?
So DNA, both skin cells and biological fluids, are a biological material. For instance, like food, they would degrade and break down over time. And depending on the circumstances, the conditions that that item has been left in, would depend on how quickly that DNA would be expected to break down or disappear from an item. If an item has been cleaned, wiped, if it has been left outside, exposed to UV light or rain or other elements of the weather, then this would cause the DNA to, if it was present, to break down and disappear faster.
And if you were to be told that some of the items in this case, for example, the tote was recovered in a condition where it was outside in a wooded area where there was precipitation and full exposure to the light, would that affect your ability or your likelihood to recover DNA?
Yes, it would.
And how would that have impacted it?
As I said, it would cause any DNA or biological material that was present to break down faster.
And would that be, for example, more likely or less likely with contact DNA versus blood?
It would be more likely with contact DNA simply because there's not as much of the genetic material, the biological material there as there is with a biological fluid.
Now, with respect to the clothing itself, if somebody had been dismembered and bled while wearing their clothing, would that deposit potentially blood DNA for you to retrieve?
Yes, that'd be likely.
And if that clothing had been removed from the body and recovered subsequently, would that DNA still be present in the blood found in the stains?
Depending on how the clothing was exposed to any elements, then yes, it would be possible to get the DNA from the blood.
If it was in a black plastic garbage bag, would that have helped you recover blood DNA, preventing it from being exposed to those elements I just described?
Yes, as long as it's not exposed to too many of the external elements, then yes, it'd be more likely to get DNA from those items.
If it was unseasonably cool for that time of the year, would that also assist?
Yes.
Why?
Like any other biological material, keeping it cool, as you would in a refrigerator, will help to maintain the longevity of the material.
Now, with respect to the next laboratory report, this is 1.73. I'm referring to, again, this far margin side where it references 64, 65, 66. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. What samples were tested in conjunction with your May 24th, 2023 report?
I tested DOFS item 64, a cutting from a futon, DOFS item 65, batting from a futon, item 66, swabbing of a floor, item 67, swabbing a floor, item 68, swabbing a floor, item 69, swabbing a floor, item 70, swabbing of a den wall, and item 71, swabbing of northwest bedroom floor.
Okay. And I know you already testified that those samples, being the floor and the wall sample, were in fact a presence of blood. Were any additional samples the presence of blood other than those?
Not in this report, no.
What about the futon batting and the futon cover?
I apologize. I thought you had mentioned those. The chemical examination of the futon mattress cover, the futon batting, the swabs from the floor, and the swabs of the den wall indicated the presence of blood, and the swabbing of the northwest bedroom floor failed to reveal the presence of blood.
So would it be fair to say a swab was submitted that could have been blood but after you tested it, it just wasn't.
Correct.
Okay. Is that sometimes the case?
Yes.
Officers will submit items to the laboratory for analysis, and you just determine whether it is or it isn't, right?
Correct.
There's no favor or benefit when you do your analysis. It's chemical, correct?
Yes.
Now, with those items that were recovered and tested, you also documented this separately. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you do it close in time to when you're actually performing the analysis?
Yes.
And if you had done different stages or received submissions at different times, would that be an indication as to why there's more than one report?
Correct.
Okay. So did you receive all the items in this case all at the same time?
No.
Okay. Was that over a period of time?
Yes.
Okay. So just so we're clear for the record, I don't know if you can see that date up there. Can you see that date for this first report, 1.72?
Yes.
What date was that?
Well, the report was issued on May 4th of 2023. The evidence, including the knife, clothing, and storage containers and lid, were submitted to the lab on January 6th of 2023.
Okay. And why the delay?
Other processing had to take place on the items before I received them for my testing.
Okay. Did the lab have to process them in as well and receive them?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second report we said, I believe, is that referenced in 1.73?
Yes,
The
the report date is May 24th, 2023, and the evidence, the cutting and batting from the futon, the swabs from the floor, and the swabs from the wall were submitted to the lab on May 17th, 2023.
Okay. And now with respect to DNA analysis, can you tell us when you received this case, had any DNA analysis been done by a different technician than yourself?
Yes.
What had been done and by whom?
The testing of the bloodstain cards labeled head, right leg, left leg, torso, and torso spleen had been tested by forensic biologist Michelle Shepard in order to ensure that all of the body items were related to each other. And she also did a parentage request in order to identify the body.
And those happened independent and before you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And subsequently, were you able to simply document that on your report as having happened?
Yes.
Okay. Did you rely on that as well, simply to do the documentation portion?
Yes, and I used her testing, the DNA profiles that she had obtained from her testing, as a known reference sample for comparison to the evidence items that I was testing.
Okay. And what items did you compare her testing that reflected it was Mindy Meban Kassotis to the items that you had?
For DNA testing, I tested a swabbing of a blood stain from the gray storage container, contact DNA swabs of the handles from the gray storage container, swabbing of blood stain from the black storage container, contact DNA swabbings of the handles on the black storage container, the general swabbing of the knife blade, and contact DNA swabbings of the knife handle and sheath. I also tested the cutting from the futon.
So I'd like to start with the storage container, that being item 37, the gray tote. Were you able to compare and recover DNA from that storage container?
Yes.
What were your findings?
The DNA obtained from the swab of the blood stain on the gray storage container contained the DNA profile of one individual, matching the profile of Mindy Meban Kassotis.
Okay. You said one profile. Is that always the case?
No, there can be what are called mixture profiles where there's two or more individuals that have contributed to a DNA mixture.
And when you say that it matched the profile, do you also do frequency when it comes to that?
Yes.
And what was the frequency with respect to the comparison of her DNA on the gray tote, the known sample versus the swabbing from the gray tote itself?
So the frequency in which the DNA profile obtained from the swab of the blood stain on the storage container, the gray storage container, item DOFS item 37, is approximately 1 in 300 septillion. And for reference, it goes million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion.
Okay. There are 3 zeros for each of those, right?
Yes, septillion would be a 1 followed by
I think we heard testimony earlier. It's okay.
24 zeros.
Okay. And at that time, did you also compare that known sample to something else that you found to be analysis that you were able to render?
Yes, I performed a comparison to the swab from the futon mattress cover.
And what were your findings?
The DNA obtained from the swab from the futon mattress cover contained the DNA profiles of at least 2 individuals. The major DNA profile matching the profile of Mindy Meban Kassotis, and the frequency of which that DNA profile would be expected to be seen in the general population is approximately 1 in 300 septillion. And due to limited data, a partial low-level DNA profile, no conclusive determination could be made as to the donor of the remaining DNA profile obtained from the swab from the futon mattress cover.
Now, you said that there are oftentimes mixtures. Is that correct?
Yes.
Given that this was a futon mattress cover, one would presume that people sit on that, correct?
Correct.
Would the fact that another resident of the dwelling sat on the same futon potentially deposit DNA?
Yes.
So do you have any way of knowing who that second DNA sample could have been?
No, I could draw no conclusions to that.
Okay, so if this was an Airbnb that had been inhabited over a several month period, would that further complicate the ability to figure out who that second DNA low-level contributor might be?
Yes, it could if multiple individuals have come in contact with the item.
When you have more than one person that can potentially come into contact, what do you do to try and limit or make any findings?
Within the case, we can request the known reference samples for any other involved individuals or any elimination individuals, anybody that was known to come in contact with the item. And at that point, we could attempt to make a comparison.
In an Airbnb, if there had been numerous residents over a period of time, would that be difficult to accomplish?
That would likely be difficult.
Now, with respect to item let me ask one also other question. If I was a resident in the dwelling, and let me withdraw that, if the allegation is that Mr. Kassotis was present inside of a residence along with Mrs. Mindy Meban Kassotis, would it be unusual to find his own DNA on that same futon?
No, a person's DNA is likely to be on something that they come in contact with on a general basis.
Thank you. Would you have been able to tell potentially if that DNA was the blood versus some other type of DNA, meaning cellular?
Within these profiles, since there was the presence of blood and the testing was taken directly from the blood stains themselves, it is likely, based on the fact that a full profile was obtained, that DNA profile was from the blood, but it is also possible that there are skin cells or other biological materials that are also contributing.
And now, with respect to the black tote, that being item 38, and 63D, the handles, and 34, the knife, and then the sheath of the knife, can you tell us what your findings were on that?
PCR amplification procedures, so complete DNA testing, was not performed on item 63C, the swab of the blood stain on the black storage container, item 38. Item 36D, the contact DNA swabs of handles on the black storage container, item 38. Item 63E, the general swab of the blood stain of the knife blade, item 34. And item 63F, the contact DNA swabs of the knife handle and sheath, item 34, due to an insufficient amount of DNA detected. What this means is that human DNA was detected. It was not enough DNA for us to move forward with our testing. At low levels of DNA, we would not expect to be able to obtain a usable DNA profile from our testing.
So there just wasn't enough DNA there.
Correct.
And with respect to, I believe you said item 37, did you include that, the gray toed handles?
The PCR amplification procedures were not performed on item 63B, the contact DNA swabs of the handles on the gray storage container, due to the absence of quantifiable DNA. So in that case, there was no DNA detected.
So there was no DNA at all on the gray handles?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you've discussed the sufficiency, meaning having enough of it. Can you tell us, does DNA have a timestamp? Can you determine when DNA was deposited somewhere?
I cannot tell when DNA has been deposited somewhere or how fresh a stain is. However, like all biological material, the longer that a biological fluid or DNA sits on an item and is exposed to external elements, it will begin to degrade and you would not see a complete DNA profile.
So would it go from first full profile available to potentially a less capable profile, meaning not as complete, and then potentially gone completely?
Correct.
And also, you, I believe, just testified, you can't tell when it's deposited either?
Correct.
Just one moment. I have nothing further.
Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Good
Ms.
morning.
Ransom. I'm assuming it's still morning. I didn't check before I came up here. My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. Well, hello to you too. I just have a few questions for you. Regarding exhibit, States Exhibit 1.24, that is your June 26 report, your DNA analysis. There was a discussion regarding, with the state, regarding that 2 individuals' DNA profiles were found on the swab from the futon mattress cover. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And one of the individuals you identify as Mindy Kassotis,
Correct.
and the other individual you did not identify, correct?
Correct.
See that? You can see that?
Yes.
Of course, I don't know what we're seeing, but I can't.
You're welcome to.
Thank you.
Would you like me to turn it?
No, it's okay. Thank you. Can you see this portion here where it says it may be possible to draw conclusions?
Yes, I can.
Would you read that? Can you read that paragraph?
Yes, it may be possible to draw conclusions on all contributors from item 72, swab from futon mattress cover, item 64, utilizing TrueAllele casework software. Please contact a forensic biology manager to discuss TrueAllele casework software analysis on item 72, swab from futon mattress cover, item 64. Adequate known reference samples from the subject and a elimination individual will need to be submitted.
Did you write that paragraph?
Yes.
Can you explain that in more plain English about what you were requesting?
So TrueAllele is a computer software program that aids in the interpretation of complex DNA mixtures, partial degraded DNA mixtures, and it simply aids with, in this case, where I had a minor profile that I could not draw any conclusions to, it would be able to assist with drawing conclusions. But in order to use TrueAllele, you would need known reference samples from any person who potentially could have contributed DNA to that item.
Do you know if the TrueAllele casework software was ever used, if your request was ever followed up on?
No, it was not requested.
Do you have to pay to use this, the GBI Crime Lab? Do you have to pay money to use the TrueAllele software?
No.
Okay. So it wasn't a budgetary issue that would have prevented that from being performed, correct?
Correct.
With respect to State's Exhibit 1.73, which is the May 24th, 2023 report, you received packages containing, I guess, 4 different floor samples as well as a sample from the den wall, correct?
Correct. 5 floor samples, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, 5 floor samples? Oh, yeah, okay, I'm sorry. There was an additional 4 of the samples were from something just labeled as floor. There was a 5th sample labeled bedroom floor.
Correct.
With respect to the 4 samples from the floor and the den wall, do you know if they were submitted for DNA testing?
They were.
They were. Okay. And do you know what the results were?
I did not perform DNA testing on them because all of those items had been indicated as coming from the same location. So I chose one item to begin with.
And which item was that?
I performed testing on the swab from the futon mattress cover, item 64, which was the cutting from the futon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was inartful in my question. As far as the floor samples, what's labeled in this report, let me put this here. What's labeled in this report as sample 1, sample 2, sample 3, and sample 4. Those 4 floor samples. Did you perform DNA testing on those?
I did not.
Did anyone, as far as you know, perform DNA testing on those 4 floor samples?
No.
And what about sample 5, the den wall? Did you perform DNA testing on the den wall sample?
No, I did not.
As far as you know, did anyone perform DNA testing on the wall sample?
No.
Court's indulgence for just a moment.
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything on that, right?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. I've got 12:20, so if you would come back at 1:30, a little over an hour. Thank you.
All right, lunchtime. Let's do our commercial. We need a commercial. Come on. We need a commercial. Let's do a commercial right now. Hold on. Let's go. Need a truck? Skip the hassle. At DiddyTruck.com, we make truck rentals affordable, fast, and easy.
At that Diddy Truck, we simplify transportation. We connect you with trusted rental trucks tailored to your needs. Without the stress or hidden requirements. No fleet ownership, no moving help. Just dependable truck rentals. Yo. Compare, choose, save. Compare, choose, save. Tired of switching between rental websites. Diddy.com, they're the only platform that lets you compare prices for multiple truck rental provided side by side, so you always get the best deal by seeing all your options in one place. You can save time and up to 30% or more on your rental. Smart renting starts here.
We provide that access to clean, well-maintained trucks, suitable for short or long-term use. Whether you're relocating, transporting goods, or making deliveries, we got a rental solution that works for you. And good news, insurance is not required to rent.
Hold on, y'all. That music sounds scary, don't it, y'all? That music sounds so scary. Thank you, Serena. Hold on a second. That sounds so scary. All right, y'all, we got an update on the case with the guy. Remember the guy that was at Walmart, Mr. Mantra, whatever his name is, and he was accused of the little kid at the Walmart. The lady lied on him. Remember that one? Well, we have an update. The case was dismissed.
Development in a story that everyone was talking about when it first happened. Months after being accused of trying to kidnap a child from an Ackworth Walmart, Mahendra Patel has been exonerated.
Today, the Cobb County District Attorney dropped all charges against Patel after pledging to take the case to trial. Let's get you over to Chase Howell live for us outside of Cobb County Superior Court. Chase, you were sitting next to Patel and his family in court today. How did they react when they heard that the charges were being dropped?
Jennifer, as you can imagine, they were elated and were about to share that excitement with the 92,000 others nationwide who signed a petition saying justice for Patel since the very beginning. So you just walk out of the courthouse, the charges are dismissed. How do you feel?
I feel relieved, to be honest with you, and this thing was hanging on my head for a long time.
Yeah, Merchant was his attorney.
Our family went through a lot of hell.
Mahendra Patel walked out of Cobb County Superior Court Wednesday afternoon with his name cleared after months of having his name dragged through the mud.
You know, we went through this, but this is a days of celebration, and I'm thankful that I'm out.
If you remember, Patel was accused of trying to snatch a child from their mother's lap at an Ackworth Walmart back in March. A few days later, he was arrested and charged with kidnapping, along with simple battery and simple assault. But in April, Patel's attorney, Ashley Merchant, released this surveillance video from inside the Walmart on March 18th and claimed it cleared her client of any wrongdoing. But despite the evidence, the Cobb County District Attorney's Office pushed for a trial and even asked the court to deny his bond in May, which the judge ruled against. And after a 45-day stint in jail, Patel was released on a $10,000 bond. And while he was excited to finally be let out, it doesn't compare to having all the charges dropped. The proof in his hands.
I guess I'm going to frame this. So, and I'm going to keep one copy on my car. So if I get stopped next time and say, hey, I think there's a record here if you don't see it online.
As for what's next for Patel.
In a case like this, in a future of other people, innocent people, I would be probably vocal about other people if they're wrongfully jailed as an innocent person.
But when it comes to how the district attorney's office and police handles cases like this, both Patel and Merchant hope there is more consideration.
I wish that there was more of a chance to get bond early in a case, because holding someone in custody, that's really the travesty here, holding someone in jail without a bond. I wish that the entire system looked more critically at cases early on, particularly when someone's in custody.
I did reach out to the Cobb County District Attorney to see what changed, because let's be honest here, she really pushed for a trial in this case, but I never heard back. As for Patel, he just plans on Living is Live. Live outside Cobb County Superior Court, Chase Howell, 11 Alive News.
All right. Shout out to Ashley Merchant. I get to see Ashley on the 18th. I get to see her on the 18th. So shout out to Ashley for doing a job well done. Okay, let's see what else we can dig up while we wait for this case to go. Hold on. All right, let's see. Let's see what else we can do. We can do. Okay, this is when what's the name did a thing on it. Law and Crime did a thing on him. Hold on a second. This is Law and Crime doing this thing on him.
A Georgia man is sitting behind bars right now, accused of trying to kidnap a toddler at Walmart. But his attorney claims that newly released surveillance footage tells a very different story. We have the video, we reviewed every frame, and we're going to speak with the man's attorney, Ashley Merchant, who says this was no crime, but a terrible misunderstanding. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. What began as a routine trip to Walmart for Tylenol has left the man jailed for nearly a month. Mahendra Patel is accused of trying to kidnap a toddler inside the store. The thing about this is surveillance footage that we've obtained is now challenging the official narrative, raising questions about whether or not there is an innocent man behind bars. So I want to take you back to the day that this all apparently went down. And there are two very different versions of this story. So on March 18th, Caroline Miller, mother of two, was shopping at a Walmart on Cobb Parkway in Ackworth, Georgia. This is outside of Atlanta. I want you to take a look at this surveillance footage from inside the store. So Miller is riding a motorized cart with her 4-year-old daughter at her feet and her 2-year-old son in her lap. Now, she later told police that a stranger, and that's the man you see in the gray shirt there, 56-year-old Mahendra Patel, approached her under the guise of asking where to find Tylenol before allegedly trying to snatch her child. Now, according to a press release from the Ackworth Police Department, it reads, quote, officers spoke with the mother and witnesses and learned that the suspect approached her and asked a question about Tylenol. The suspect then grabbed the juvenile and attempted to pull the child away from the mother. The mother was able to break away with the juvenile and the suspect fled the area. The juvenile was not injured during the incident. So Miller claimed that this tug of war ensued, with Patel attempting to pull her son out of her arms before she was able to fight him off. And this is what she told WSB-TV in Atlanta back in March. When I pointed my arm out this way to point to the direction of where the Tylenol was, that is when he reached down, put both of his hands on my child, and grabbed him out of my lap. I'm like, no, no, no. What are you doing? What are you doing? He pulled him. I pulled him back. We're tug of warring. Now, shortly after this encounter, she reported the incident to a Walmart employee, and you can see her speaking with a worker on the surveillance footage. And what happens 3 days later? Patel was arrested and charged with attempted kidnapping, simple battery, and simple assault. But this is where the story takes a turn. Why? Patel's attorney, Ashley Merchant, she says that this surveillance footage shows a very different story. And really, it's just one of a misunderstanding, not malice. Now, Ashley, who we're going to chat with in a minute, provided us with segments of Walmart's surveillance footage, which she claims contradicts Miller's account. Now, we watched through the footage and saw everything from when Patel enters the store right up to the interaction, the aftermath, and I want to take you through it, and you can decide for yourself what you think might have happened here. So at around 8:16 p.m., you can see Mahendra Patel enter the Walmart. 3 minutes later, at 8:19 p.m., Patel emerges from an aisle, scanning the shelves, presumably searching for Tylenol, and after a brief look around, he ducks back into the aisle. Moments later, he reappears, still seemingly searching for the meds. The next time he appears from that aisle is when he spots Caroline Miller in a motorized scooter with her 2 young children. Patel, on tape, appears to approach Miller, according to Merchant, to ask about the Tylenol, and the two talk briefly before he steps back, allowing her to guide him toward the correct aisle. And as they turn into the aisle, something happens. The angle kind of obscures the interaction, but Miller claims That is when Patel tried to grab her son, but the footage doesn't seem to show a struggle, right? Patel claims he was just trying to prevent her son from falling off the scooter. Now, Miller points Patel toward the Tylenol before backing up, only to crash into a display, catching the attention of a bystander in an orange shirt who rushes to help with her children. And Patel reappears holding a box of medicine, speaks briefly to the man in orange, and then continues on, calmly walking past Miller as if nothing unusual occurred. And I'm going to show you this from a different angle. So from another camera, we see Patel on the right-hand side emerging from that aisle, walking out of view to talk with Miller. And there they are, exchanging words before Miller can be seen leading Patel to the aisle. Now, we can't see what happens when they disappear behind a display case, but whatever it was, it did catch the attention of the man in the orange shirt. You can see him turn his head. And when we see Miller and Patel again, we get a much closer look at Miller directing Patel down the aisle before turning around to leave. And from this angle, we can see again when she crashes into that display case and the subsequent efforts of the man in the orange shirt to help her. Patel seems to re-enter the frame, medicine in hand, exchanging words with the bystander, appears to walk away, doesn't look unhurried, doesn't look unbothered. There's an overhead angle inside the store that shows Patel stopping to show Miller the Tylenol that he found, receiving a thumbs up in return. He checks out at the register, pays with his debit card, pauses to chat with an employee before exiting the store. Nothing on its face that might suggest he was fleeing the scene, as has been suggested. But in spite of what we just showed you here, Ackworth police arrested Patel on March 21st. He's currently sitting in a Cobb County jail without bond. Totally off topic, but very important. Did you know that high blood pressure is the #1 risk factor for mortality? Yeah, 1 in 2 adults have it. Many don't even realize they're at risk. It's a silent killer lurking unnoticed until it's too late.
No, we don't.
Barcode on screen. Saw the footage that we played. We see the criminal charges. What is the misunderstanding?
Yeah, there is a huge misunderstanding. And I think it's as simple as two people, experiencing the same thing, but experiencing it in very different ways. I mean, it's obvious from watching the footage that Mr. Patel was not meaning any harm. He wasn't trying to abduct a child. He wasn't trying to assault a child. I mean, he's charged with battery. He's charged with assault. He's charged with attempted kidnapping. And if you watch the footage, that definitely didn't happen.
Kidnapping.
If you watch it and you view it through Mr. Patel's perspective, this is a lady who's in a handicapped cart who he thought is handicapped, got 2 young children, and you can see from the video is having some trouble managing them, having some trouble with the cart, and she starts to rise to point out, and you can see this on the video, starts to rise to point out where the Tylenol is, and it looks like her child is falling, which is really confirmed by the fact that moments later when Mr. Patel leaves and goes to get the Tylenol, the child does fall, and she runs the child's foot over. I mean, literally seconds later, this does happen. So it's very reasonable that that's what Mr. Patel thinks is going on. The fact that someone would interpret that as an attempted kidnapping, it defies logic. There's a gentleman within arm's reach. He's watching the entire thing, and I've spoken to him, and he said—
This is the guy in the orange shirt?
This is the guy in the orange shirt. Yeah. We interviewed him. My investigator interviewed him, and he said, if anything was happening, a kidnapping, an abduction was happening, I would have done something. There was no struggle. Nothing like that. I mean, he's right there. He would have done something. And you can tell he's a good Samaritan because when she does bump into the cart, when she does bump into the actual end cap and she does run her child's foot over, he immediately jumps, So this guy is clearly watching, clearly there to help. And he doesn't do anything, and on these videos, you see all these different Walmart employees walking around. Nobody runs over. If Mr. Patel is trying to kidnap a child in the middle of a crowded Walmart, someone's going to come.
Why is she alleging this then? Why do police believe there was something more nefarious going on here?
I mean, I think the problem with the police is that they didn't fully investigate. I think that the police regularly have what I would call blinders on, and they only see one version, and they don't actually investigate the whole case. I don't know why this lady would make this up. I don't know why she would make this allegation. It's very suspect. She waited 30 minutes to call 911. I mean, I've got 2 daughters. If someone was trying to kidnap one of my children, you better believe I'd be screaming at the top of my lungs, running around like a crazy person in that Walmart. That's not happening. She's literally joking with this gentleman moments later, and then, puttering along on her cart. She waits 30 minutes to call 911. I mean, this is not the reaction of someone who's actually just had their child attempted to be kidnapped.
Do you know if police attempted to contact your client before taking him into custody, get his side of the story?
No, they didn't. They took a warrant out and they arrested him. They did do an interview with him when they arrested him. And he told exactly what he's told us. He told them exactly what happened. So they did that, but they did that after they had already secured a warrant for kidnapping.
Why is he, by the way, being held without bond?
Yeah, that's kind of a legal maneuvering and legal snafu almost. I mean, it's a problem with our system. What's happened is the officer arrested him for kidnapping of a minor. He took significant liberties with that warrant. There was no evidence of kidnapping. And so he misrepresented some facts to the magistrate to get that warrant.
Wow.
That is such a serious crime that you don't get a bond when you're in front of that magistrate judge. So Mr. Patel's sitting in jail without bond. And then we file and get a bond hearing. And the district attorney decided instead of giving us that bond hearing, which is an adversarial hearing, which I can subpoena witnesses, I can cross-examine witnesses. Instead of doing that, they wanted to go to a grand jury in a secret private setting where there's no other side, there's no defense lawyer questioning, there's no subpoenaing of evidence, and present it in a one-sided fashion to that grand jury. And they did that. And so when they indicted the case, it was no longer in front of the magistrate judge. It went to the new judge. It went to the trial judge. The superior court judge is what we call it here in Georgia. And so that bond hearing was done away with. So we were denied the ability to get bond. And we've had an administration change here in this county for the DA's office, and the new DA's office does not freely consent to bond like the old district attorney's office did. And so we're in a situation where I've been asking repeatedly for a consent bond and can't get it. And so the first opportunity we had for bond is next Tuesday. And so that's when the bond is going to be heard. And at that point, he's going to be in jail over 40 days.
Let's put that to the side. I want to talk about what we can expect from that hearing. It seems to me what's going on is there is a disagreement over the footage. Why do I say that, Ashley? Because the police are saying, essentially, the video we just saw was edited. Sergeant Eric Mistretta of the Ackworth Police Department said in a statement, the video released by the attorney does not show the entire incident. It seems to have been edited. It's not the video we have. Now, the Daily Mail says they never got any copy of the footage that the police department says they have. What's going on here, Ashley? What's your response?
I am so glad you asked that. So let me start with Sergeant Mistretta. He also issued a statement when Mr. Patel was first arrested and said that Mr. Patel tried to flee the scene. And, we can clearly see from the videos that that's not the case.
Wow.
What happened is we've got all the videos. We sent them to you. There's 20 different surveillance videos, over an hour each, many, many hours of footage. The news is not going to play 20 hours of surveillance footage. What the news is going to play are clips of that surveillance footage. And so what we did was we put together a 5.5 or so minute clip, and there's two views. So this is really important. There's two views of this incident, this alleged incident. There's a view where you can see Mr. Patel's back, and there's a view from the ceiling. And what I wanted the viewer to be able to see everything clearly, not just one clip. And so what we did was in real time, we had it go back and forth. So you see the camera where you see his back, and then you see the exact same moments, but from the overhead camera. And then it goes back, and you see the back camera, and then you see the overhead camera. All of it's there. It's just there in a different sequence so that the viewer can actually get more of a 360 view of what's happening. It's not edited. It's not cut. It's not anything like that. It's just two different views that are compiled. It's called a compilation is what it's called. But all of that footage has been released. We have all of the footage.
So just to be clear, nothing was cut out, like the moment when he allegedly tried to kidnap the child, nothing like that. I guess the question is, why are the police saying this? I mean, I imagine you presented this footage to law enforcement, right? Did they have it? Have you gotten a response about presenting this?
I would hope that they have it. I don't know what they have because they have not responded to us. And in their police report, they said that they viewed it, but that they didn't secure it. So God knows what they actually have because they left that Walmart without getting the footage. We subpoenaed the footage. And so what we did was we actually have a business record certificate from Walmart that is admissible in court that says this is a true and exact copy of the entire footage. The court is very specific. That is a sworn statement from Walmart that we have the entire footage. We have submitted that to the district attorney's office. I don't know why the police have continued to make these misrepresentations, but it's repeated and it's getting ridiculous. They made misrepresentations in the arrest warrant. They made misrepresentations in their report that Mr. Patel fled. He didn't flee. He checked out with his own debit card. He talked to two separate employees after this. He was having a good old time at Walmart, chatting up different employees. He didn't flee. He did the exact opposite of fleeing.
And so to be clear, you don't know what police looked at, what footage they have, right?
No, we don't know what police looked at, but what we do know is that we have the true and complete and full copy of the Walmart surveillance videos.
And do you plan to present that in court at this upcoming hearing?
Definitely. And we've already filed notice that we do that. And we filed the business record certificate, which is what we're required to do. You know, it's once the business owner, once Walmart certifies the records, they're admissible in court. They're ruled authentic. And so that's been done. There's been no challenge to it. You know, the police apparently in the news have challenged the authenticity of it, but there's been no challenge in court.
What about the prosecutor's office? What have they said about it?
You know, the prosecutor's office is not, not been willing to consent to bond, which is disappointing. And so we'll see. You know, we'll see what their position is on bond next week. But I mean, I'm hoping that they would view all of the footage and do the right thing.
When you say that, so if you present this footage, right, and the court looks at it and says, wait a minute, I don't see what's being alleged here, could the case just be dropped at that hearing? I mean, what can we expect would happen at that hearing? What's the best case scenario for you and your client?
The best case scenario is the district attorney drops the charges, drops the case entirely. And the judge actually doesn't have the ability to do that. So it's crazy because you have the ability in civil lawsuits for a judge to dismiss a case, but not in criminal lawsuits. So the judge actually cannot dismiss the charges. What the judge can do is grant a bond, but we need the district attorney to actually dismiss the charges.
I want to ask you about something else, Ashley. So this change.org petition, this is demanding justice for Mr. Patel. It has surged. It's amassed thousands of signatures from supporters who call his arrest a grave miscarriage of justice. In fact, part of that petition reads, while it is undeniable that child kidnapping is a grievous crime that needs to be tackled rigorously, Patel has been singled out without compelling evidence, leaving a question mark on the fairness of the justice system of Cobb County. And one supporter's stark warning cuts pretty deep because that person writes, I am Patel. You know, it's a metaphorical sense, but I've learned one harsh truth in this country: don't help anyone. Even if someone is dying in front of you, don't intervene, because trying to do the right thing can cost you everything. There's also this Give, Send, Go campaign to raise funds to help the Patels. Ashley, what is your reaction to the public support that Patel is receiving?
It's amazing because normally, you know, I'm trying to beat down doors to get people to come to court for my client. And in this case, we actually can't handle the volume of support. I don't believe I've ever had a client that had so many members of the community that know him personally. And I'm not talking about just random members of the community. I'm talking pillars of the community that know him well, that have called us. We had, I'll tell you a crazy story on that. My kids go to school here in Cobb County, and one of my daughters came home from school and said, my teacher knows your client, and said, I hope you get him out. I mean, it's, you know, this is a teacher that teaches children who's saying this to a child about this alleged kidnapper. We've had neighbors who called us and said, you know, we love Mick. They call him Mick. Mick is what he goes by. We love Mick. Our kids wait for the bus, and the bus stop wait is in his driveway. You know, I mean, it's just lots of kids, lots of people have reached out and said, we know him, we love him. Not just people that don't know him, that have seen this and said this is an injustice, but people that know him, that have been in his home, that have shared meals with him, that know him in the community. They love him. And, you know, this is just, it's awful, because if the police had bothered to talk to anybody, they could have verified why he was there. I mean, he was there to buy Tylenol because he cares for his 86-year-old mother who lives with him, who's immobile and suffers from osteoarthritis. He was there to buy her Tylenol. They seized his phone. They could have seen the texts in the phone from his daughter, who's in medical school, who is literally texting him which type of Tylenol to get for Nana. I mean, this is all things that the police could have done if they had bothered to actually investigate.
Why do you think then? I mean, taking that as true, why do you think there was this rush to arrest and what seems to be, you're suggesting, a sloppy, incomplete investigation?
I think that Ms. Miller made allegations that were taken out of context and incorrect. And I think that the police did not do enough follow-up. I think that they made some public statements that this, you know, this is a public outcry, and the, you know, anytime there's a public outcry and the community thinks that there's a child kidnapper on the loose, the police are very quick to make arrests, very quick. And they sort of did more to ignite this public clamoring and, you know, the public being so terrified of whatever's happening. And so the public really wanted an arrest, and the police want to deliver. You know, they want to make the public happy. They want to solve the case. And so I think they're just very quick to make an arrest without looking at everything.
And talking about Ms. Miller for a second, so it appears that she had previously filed a lawsuit back in 2019 against Lyft, alleging she was sexually assaulted by a driver. This is according to reporting from the Associated Press. And the outlet reports that she was one of 19 women who filed jointly against the rideshare company in December of 2019. It's a case that still appears to be unresolved. Ashley, do you believe anything about that is relevant to your case at hand?
Oh, I definitely do. I think that it could go to what the motivations were in her making these allegations, whether the motivations are to sue Walmart, to sue my client, something like that. That could definitely be at play here. And, I had to investigate that case because we found the lawsuit. And in the lawsuit, you have to, for a civil case, you have to swear to the facts in your lawsuit. And so the facts that she swore to are that she was raped. And so I went and I pulled the police report because if, obviously if she is a victim of sexual assault, then that's not something that we want to talk about. I pulled the police report and she specifically told the police she was not raped. So, you've got this statement to law enforcement where she says she's not raped. And then you've got this statement in a lawsuit where she's trying to get money saying that she is. That's inconsistent. And so if she's made prior false allegations, whether the motivation is for attention, is for money, whatever the motivations are, that's highly relevant to her allegations in this case. Highly relevant.
I was going to ask you how that might actually come into a legal case, right? She's not the defendant, right? Your client is. How would you be able to present evidence of this unless she takes the stand and you can cross-examine her about this? Is that the way that you'd be able to introduce it?
That's exactly how. She would have to take the stand. She would have to take the stand to sustain this case. And so if she takes the stand, then we're permitted to cross-examine her about this because it's what we consider a prior false allegation. And so because the allegation was made that she swore in a complaint that she was raped, and then she told law enforcement that she wasn't, that's a prior false allegation, and that's admissible to impeach her.
Thank you,
As we were talking about
I need that.
Patel's bond hearing, it's set for May 6th. He's currently remains behind bars. He has the support. He has you backing him, Ashley. How is he doing right now? How's his family doing right now?
I think he's doing better than his family. It's been tough. At first, it was really tough because the news was all condemning him. Before we got this video footage and before we were able to actually expose the truth, the news and the police, Sergeant Mistretta had made statements, very specific statements about, thank God we caught him. This child could have died. Just very prejudicial statements. And so it was really tough at the beginning. Now that the story has come out and the truth has come out, things have definitely shifted, but it's still awful. He's incarcerated without bond. It's horrible. Can you imagine being snatched from your life without any warning for 40 days? If you think about it, if you take a vacation for 5 days, you plan for, 5 weeks. This is a man who has business, has family, and he was snatched without any warning from his life for, at this point, almost 40 days. That's significant. But it's very difficult for his family. He's got 2 adult children. They're both in school. They're actually in graduate school. And so, right now it's May, it's finals time. This is very difficult for them. This is difficult for his wife. She's having to maintain their businesses while he's in custody. It's difficult for their friends. It's just awful that he's had to sit in jail this long, especially when we have a video that shows he's innocent.
Does he plan to take any legal action in response?
I'm not sure. It's a lot's going to depend on how this works out. I think at this point he'd be happy with a dismissal and an apology. But we'll see, because he's still in jail and we're still finding out what's happening. We don't have the state's file yet. So, we don't know what the police had in front of them. I think that will really inform that decision to see what evidence the police actually had in front of them when they made this. Did Miss Miller lie? Did they not have these surveillance videos? Why did they believe that this was a kidnapping case?
And just to be 100% clear, is there any footage that's missing? Is there anything part of this encounter you say, we just don't have this part's obscured, we haven't seen this part? Is there anything missing? Or do you say, I have a full picture of everything that went down in that store and afterwards?
There is nothing missing. We have got so much footage. We have him entering the store. We have him leaving the store. We have him driving. We have all of the relevant surveillance footage, everything from when he was in that store.
Ashley Merchant, we're going to keep an eye out for this. Thank you so much for sharing the footage for us. We sent it, we presented it for our audience as well to see, but thank you so much and appreciate you taking the time.
All right, that was it, y'all. We saw the whole footage. Thank you, Ashley, because Ashley just helped me out with something. Prior false allegation. I need that for my statement. Prior false allegation. Prior false allegation. Y'all, I needed that for my case. I'm getting all my stuff prepared, y'all. I needed to put that statement in my thing here. Richard. Because Richard wrote it in the thing. I'm stapling stuff and having it ready for tomorrow, y'all. For tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Sylvia was saying, I spoke with um, thank you so much. I needed help with and so I added time. I sent it to them. I sent them a copy of the Route 22 and forwarded it to the judge and the judge signed it. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Mhm. Okay, so she's gonna send me a call. Okay. Because I did talk to her on the phone. Amanda. Amanda? Yeah, I gave her my phone number and I emailed it to her. Okay, great. Thank you so much for calling me back. All right, have a good one. Bye-bye. That was about my Route 22, y'all. Um, yeah, 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 yeah. Right. What are we doing here? What we got? This is back here. No, about 20 more minutes, y'all. 20 more minutes. I'm trying to get my documents ready for my case. Got a lot of stuff that I'm getting prepared for my case. All right, y'all. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just getting my documents together for court tomorrow. I have court. I have court. Mm-mm. Just a second. Oh, we got about 7 more minutes, guys. 7 more minutes. Oh, wait a minute. We're back, y'all. Hold on. We're back.
Good afternoon. If you would please raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Thank you, and please have a seat. If you can sit where you're close enough to that microphone, that will.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The judge told you, if you can just stay close to the microphone, it'll keep your voice nice and loud, okay? Can you please tell us your full name and spell it for the court reporter?
Betsy Longwell Meban, last name is as in Mary, E as in boy, A-N-E.
Do you work for a living?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a legal assistant at Turner Paget Law Firm in Augusta, Georgia.
Okay. How long have you been doing that for a living?
A million years? No, probably like, then everyone will know how old I am, like 50 years.
Okay, quite some time.
Yes,
Okay, has that always been what you did?
except for a very short insurance stint.
Okay. Did you work for different companies though?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And are you married?
I am.
What's your husband's name?
Frank Meban III.
And how long have you two been married?
47 years.
Okay. And in that time, did you and he have any children?
We did. We have 3 children.
And who are they?
Mindy and Frank the Fourth and Matthew.
Okay. Can you tell us in order who's the oldest to youngest?
Yes, Mindy's the oldest, and Frank the Fourth is the middle child, and Matthew's our surprise.
Okay. How old is Matthew?
He's 21.
And Frank the fourth?
40.
And how old was Mindy when she passed?
She was 40.
Okay. So that's about 3 years ago now, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Frank the fourth married?
He is.
What's his wife's name?
Megan Beckmeyer Meban.
Okay. And what about Mindy? Was she married?
She was.
Who was she married to?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And did he have any other name that he went by when you knew him?
He started using the last name Stark.
So he went by Nicholas Stark at some point as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point out where he's at?
Over there.
If the record can reflect, Your Honor, she is pointed at the defendant. When did you first meet Mr. Kassotis?
Let's see, they got married in 2016. So it was probably maybe the end of 2014, maybe.
Okay. And do you know how they met?
Yes, I believe they met on an online dating service. I just remember Romeo something. I don't remember the full name.
Okay. And as a result, did they ultimately get married?
Yes, they did.
And I believe you just said that was in approximately 2016?
Yes.
When they got married in 2016, where was the wedding?
It was at Marvin Park outside. It was maybe 20 miles or so from Alexandria, Virginia, outside of DC.
Okay. And do you know where they were living at the time?
Alexandria, Virginia.
So they were living in Virginia itself?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, was Mindy working?
She was.
Do you know what she was doing for a living?
She worked at a law firm in DC, and then she wanted to try the nonprofit route. So she went in and worked for several nonprofits. And I believe her last job was in the plastics industry,
Okay.
working for them, trying to help them be able to keep plastic bags in stores and stuff.
Okay. What kind of education did Mindy have?
She finished her high school, she had a college degree, and then she also had her master's, I think it was.
And in that time that she provided those different jobs you just described, was that all in the DC or Virginia, DC area?
She went to college in Savannah at Armstrong.
Okay.
And then when she moved to DC, that's when she got her further degree at Virginia Tech, I believe it was.
Okay. Is that where she met Mr. Kassotis up by Virginia?
Yes, when she was living there, yes.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Kassotis was doing when they first met?
He was working as a JAG at the Pentagon.
And when you say a JAG, can you tell us, what did you think that meant?
He's a lawyer,
Okay.
working for the Pentagon in the Navy.
Okay. So you knew he was a member of the Navy as an office, as a judge advocate general. Is that what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know exactly, or did you know exactly what his job description was? Like what type of law he did? Did you know?
I know he had something to do with foreign affairs. Well, I think he had something to do with foreign affairs.
Okay. If you know, did you know what his title or rank was?
I do not.
Okay. So when he was working at that time, you said he was working at the Pentagon. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was with the Navy, you said, right?
Yes.
Do you know how long he had been with them? Only if you know.
I don't.
Okay. But he was there when him and Mindy met?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that they were married, and that was outside of, I think you said Morven, is that right?
It was a place called Morven Park out. It was a few miles from Alexandria.
Okay. Were you present for their wedding?
Yes.
And when was that, if you recall?
I believe it was October 2016.
Okay. And at that time, was it a big wedding?
No, I wouldn't say it was a big wedding, a decent sized wedding, but it also happened in concert with Hurricane Matthew. So there were a lot of people who couldn't come because of hurricanes.
Okay. As a result of that wedding, did you have an opportunity to meet some of Mr. Kassotis' family?
Yes.
And did you know them before then?
I believe we had met before the wedding.
Okay. Did Mindy's friends come to the wedding?
Yes, they did.
Did you know some of them from before the wedding?
Absolutely.
Did you stay in touch with any of them after the wedding?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you knew Mindy's closest friends?
Yes.
For example, do you know Angela Wynn?
I do.
And who was she in reference to the wedding itself?
She was Mindy's matron of honor.
Okay. And were there bridesmaids at the wedding as well?
There were.
Did you know any of them?
Yes. At least one of her friends from high school days and several others.
Okay. And did you communicate with them, meaning her friends, ever as a result of your interaction with Mindy? What I mean by that is because they were Mindy's friends, did you ever have communications with them too?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you stay in touch with some of those women now?
I do.
You indicated that there were people from Mr. Kassotis' family present. Do you recall who was there?
Are you talking about at the wedding?
At the wedding.
His mother and father and his brother.
Okay. Do you see any of them here today?
Yes.
Can you please just point out where they are?
Over behind the defense table.
And who of them is present?
Nick's parents are here. I haven't seen his brother in a while, so I think that's his brother over there also.
Okay. And with respect to that, do you know if Mr. Kassotis had been married before he married Mindy?
Yes, I believe he was.
Okay. Do you know how many times he had been married before he met Mindy?
Only one that I know about.
Okay. Did you know her name?
No, because I hate to say that. My daughter would just say she who will not be named.
Okay.
She never really, I didn't know her name.
Okay. But you just knew that he had
Yes.
previously been married?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Kassotis and your daughter have children?
Did they have children? No.
During the course of the time that they were married, do you know if they tried to have children?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Well, we were told that Mindy was pregnant, so.
Do you know if she had had any miscarriages during the course of their marriage?
I think she had one several years before she died, but.
Okay. And so it was your understanding that while she was last alive, she was pregnant?
Yes.
Did they give you an idea, and I say they, I mean, did your daughter specifically tell you when she was due?
She didn't specifically tell me. Mr. Kassotis told us.
When did he tell you she was due?
January 8th.
January 8th of 2023. Did they tell you, did he tell you whether it was a boy or a girl?
I believe he said it was a girl.
Can you tell us, how was their marriage between 2016 and 2018? Are there any problems?
Objection calls for speculation.
If she knows.
Do you know, ma'am?
I thought they had a good marriage.
So there didn't seem to be any problems, was merely my question. My apologies if that was inartful. Did there come a time when something occurred to make you believe that there was a change in their marriage condition?
Yes, when they actually were sort of hiding out because we were told they feared for their lives.
Who told you that?
Mindy and Nick.
Okay. Did they give you any specifics about why they were fearful of their lives?
Yes, first we were told they'd been hacked. Then we were told another story about Nick was supposed to be working for Microsoft and he had taken on work for some smaller company underneath Microsoft, and he had solved some kind of an algorithm and they were giving him company stock, and I guess it was supposed to be, I don't know. That's all I know.
Okay.
Sorry.
Was that information conveyed to you by whom? Your daughter or Mr. Kassotis?
Probably my daughter.
Okay. And so she was telling you what the concerns were surrounding their danger?
Yes.
Okay. And when did this first start happening to you, your recollection?
I would say maybe late 2018 or early 2019 would be my best. That's sort of a best guess.
Okay. As a result of those problems, did they ever have to move?
Yes, they started moving from place to place, and we didn't always know where they were. So
when did they start moving, if you recall?
Around that same late 2018, early 2019 time.
Do you know if they left Virginia?
Yes, they did.
You know what
I mean, I don't know how long they were in Virginia, but they did leave Virginia.
And you indicated that they had been living in Virginia at some point when they were
Yes.
first married. Did you ever visit that home?
I did.
Do you know what happened to that home?
I don't.
Okay. And when they were in Virginia, you said they started moving. Do you know if they ultimately left Virginia?
Yes, they did.
Do you know where they went?
I believe North Carolina, and I know at some points they were in South Carolina. I'm not sure of anywhere else.
Okay. And how did you get information of where they were?
We communicated by Signal, the Signal app.
Can you tell us what Signal app is to the best that you understood?
An app where you could communicate, but in short time afterwards, it would be erased and there would be no record of it.
Who asked you to start using Signal app?
Mindy and Nick.
Had you ever used that before?
No,
Were you familiar with it before they asked you to use it?
only from reading about it in a book.
Okay. And was that the means by which you started communicating with them?
Yes.
And was
Sometimes email, but mainly Signal.
Okay. And when you started using Signal app, was Mr. Kassotis still in the Navy at that time?
No.
Do you know how or what happened in terms of his departure from the Navy?
We were told that he wanted to go into some other field, and I believe he worked for maybe the Department of Veterans Affairs shortly and for a while. And
So was your understanding that was why he left?
yes,
Okay. And that was the job you thought that he took after he left the Navy?
yes,
Okay. Do you know what he did for the Department of Veteran Affairs?
no.
Did he ever tell you?
I don't, I mean, I know he's a lawyer, but I don't really know.
Okay.
So.
Did there come a time when Mindy and Mr. Kassotis wound up moving somewhere where you were present as well?
Yes.
Tell the jury how that came to be the situation.
Well, I know they came down one Christmas and spent Christmas in Hilton Head when we were living there. And
when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband and myself, my son, and my daughter-in-law, Frank the Fourth and Megan.
Okay. And so do you mean Frank the Fourth then and Megan?
And my husband, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And where was Matthew?
Oh, poor Matthew. I just totally forgot him.
Okay.
Yes, Matthew also, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, at some point, did Matthew go to school?
Yes, he went to college after he graduated high school. So,
Okay. Was that an away school or was he
yes, no, he went to school in Douglas, Georgia, 2 years, and then to Milledgeville, 2 years.
home? Okay. So he had moved out of the house, Matthew, at that point when he went to college?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were living with Frank the Fourth and Megan, where in the country were you living at that time?
Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Okay. And were Mr. Kassotis and your daughter with you at that point?
No, they did come. I believe it was February 2021.
Okay.
They
So,
called Frank the Fourth and asked him to come pick them up in Beaufort, and so he did, and he brought them back to the house to live.
okay. So were you at the house with Frank the Fourth and Megan for a period of time before they moved in?
Yes,
Okay. And when they moved in, did they bring anyone with them?
their dog Rusty.
Okay. When they came to stay with Frank the Fourth and Megan, was Mr. Kassotis working?
He had his computer and he was doing computer work.
Okay. And describe for the jury what you saw him doing on a day-to-day basis.
He would get up in the morning and work all through the day on his computer and into the early morning hours.
Okay. Did you ever have an opportunity to look at what was on his computer monitor?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Well, for one reason, I wanted to be respectful, and I also thought it wasn't any of my business, but.
Did he ever advise you weren't permitted to look?
Objection to leading.
Withdrawn. I'll rephrase. At that point, you believed he was working for what company?
Something to do with Microsoft.
Okay. But you didn't know more than simply that?
No, I did not.
And when you observed him, you said he was working from the early morning hours until late at night. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever able to hear him having communications with anybody by WebEx?
No, I never did.
Did you ever have any opportunity to hear meetings by any other platform like Skype or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So all you saw was him working on the device?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mindy working at the time?
No, she was not.
Okay. Do you know why she was not working?
Well, one basic reason was she was scared to death to leave the house. So,
tell us what you mean by that.
well, there was supposed to be people after them. They supposedly had security, and so she was truly fearful for her life.
Did you believe that?
Yes.
And when you said that she was fearful for her life, did you ever see the security team that they referred to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever speak to anyone from a security team?
Only by email.
Okay. At some point there were email communications?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you believe that was the security team?
I did.
And tell us what the living arrangements were at Frank and Megan's house.
They had a 2-story house. The bedrooms were upstairs, and Frank and Megan had the master bedroom. And then when Mindy and Nick came to live there, I moved into the little kind of middle bedroom so they could have the bigger bedroom and lots of windows and stuff.
Okay. So all of you each had, meaning each couple had your own bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did there come a time when there were any problems with the living arrangements with Frank and Megan?
I'm trying to think exactly when it was. Maybe like March or April of 2022, with the real estate market, they wanted to sell their house because there was such a good real estate market. And so that's when problems started to occur.
Okay. What were those problems?
Well, they asked Mindy and Nick to please have their security move them somewhere else so they could get the house ready to sell. And with they had Rusty, and so it was hard to put your house on the market with all of that going on.
Okay. And at that time, you believed that the security team was supposed to move Nick and Mindy?
Yes.
Okay. Did they move out?
They did, but my son finally, after weeks of going on, he finally went and filed an eviction.
So
hoping to force the security people to do something.
Okay. And the security people, were they providing any, if you know, was any money being paid to Frank and Megan for Mr. Kassotis and Mindy staying at Frank and Megan's house?
I don't really know.
Okay. But it was your understanding that the security team would have to move them?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, did Mr. Kassotis and your daughter leave the residence?
They did.
Do you know what the circumstances surrounding that were?
Yes. Frank IV filed the eviction, and it got down to where however many hours or days it is, we were down to the last couple of days. And I told Nick, Frank IV is dead serious about this. Y'all need to be gone when they were out of town for a few days because it was Memorial Day. So I said, when they get home, y'all need to be gone. And so I said, I can help. I can pay for a hotel for a few days if that'll help you. So we ended up loading up, and I took them to a hotel in Savannah.
Okay. And when you say I took them, were you alone at that time with the two of them and the dog?
Yes.
Where was your husband, Frank, and your son, Matthew?
Matthew played ball in the Northwoods League for a team in Illinois. So Frank had taken him to Illinois to get him settled and stayed a few days. And so he wasn't there.
So neither of them were there with you at the time?
Correct.
Okay. And you said we all loaded up in the car. Whose car?
It was actually Matthew's old Altima.
Did Mindy or Mr. Kassotis have a vehicle at that point?
No, they did not.
Okay. And you drove to Savannah with them?
Yes.
And you said, I believe that that was Memorial Day weekend, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Of 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and when you got here, did you wind up paying for that hotel or did they?
No, I paid for more than a few days, a week, maybe a week or two. And then I finally said, you know, we just can't keep doing this. So,
the security team didn't pay for the hotel?
no.
And when you got to Savannah, you said you paid for about a week or two. Where did you move after that, if you did?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You said you stayed in a hotel for about 2 weeks, right?
They did.
They did.
They
Okay.
did. Yes.
And that was them by themselves?
Yes.
My apologies.
No,
So
no problem.
where were you staying at that point?
I was still with Frank and Megan until they sold the house. And
I see. So you paid for Mr. Kassotis and your daughter to stay in that hotel, and you then stayed with Frank and Megan?
yes, like I had been before. Yes.
Did there come a time when they moved out of the hotel?
Yes. Mr. Kassotis said he had arranged a place in Savannah. So, and asked us if we would like to come and stay with them. So we also, all of us did.
Okay. Okay. And when you went to stay with them, where did you go to stay?
It was a house on 65th Street in Savannah.
Do you know what kind of a property that was? Meaning, did they own it? Did they rent it? Did they?
It was rented or an Airbnb, something like that.
Okay. And at that point, who was paying for the property?
Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. And was Mindy still not working at this point?
Yes.
Did Mindy leave the house at all?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis leave the house?
Yes, he did.
How did he, when he left the house, was he on foot? Did he have a car? How did he go?
I don't remember exactly when it was. When we had been there a little bit, Nick got a car, but before that, Frank would take them wherever they wanted. My husband, Frank, would take them. If he needed to go to the store or wherever, he would take them.
And at this point, when Frank was driving them, did you have concerns about their safety? Meaning Frank and Mr. Kassotis, if they went to go do errands or things?
No, not really.
Why not?
I don't know. I just never really was fearful when they went out.
Did you work?
I did. I was working at a law firm in downtown Savannah.
Did you go to work every day?
I did.
Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Kassotis about your safety?
Once or twice.
Did he ever express concerns about your safety?
Only after one time when we were told that Nick's father and uncle had come to the house, and so that after that, they told me what kind of car it was. So I remember if I was out walking by myself in downtown, I would look for that car or van or whatever it was.
Did he tell you what type of car?
He did, but I couldn't. I don't remember what it was.
Okay. But other than that, he never expressed concerns for your safety being out, going back and forth to work every day?
No.
Did you ever meet Mr. Kassotis's employers?
No.
Did you meet his coworkers?
Just his friend Cameron that was in the wedding.
Okay. Was that a coworker from what time period in his life?
I believe from when he was at the Pentagon.
Okay. Did you ever meet any of his coworkers from when he worked for Microsoft?
No.
Other than on the computer, did you ever meet anybody associated with those positions?
No.
And I say on the computer, when he was using the computer. Yes. Did he continue to use the computer all day, every day at the place in Savannah?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Now, you said that you stayed in the house in Savannah. Can you describe for the jury what that house was like? What did it look like?
Well, when you came into the living room, and then there was like a small bathroom, then a small dining room, and then the kitchen, and then there was a pretty good sized like a den or a TV room, and then there were 2 bedrooms and a full bath in between the 2 bedrooms, but they were separated by the bath. So.
Okay, so there was a bedroom, a bathroom, and then a second bedroom?
Yes.
Were there doors between the bathroom to the bedrooms or just in the hallway?
I'm not sure if there was a door that actually led back there or not. I'm not sure.
Okay, but you could get in there from the hallway?
Yes.
Okay, is that the door you used?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said there was a second bathroom as well, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a quote designated bathroom that you and your husband used, or did you share? How did that work?
We all, well, there was only one there was a shower in the main bathroom, but we were all on different schedules, so we never had a problem with that. And then you could always go to the other bathroom if you needed to.
Okay. Now, when you stayed in the house, which of the bedrooms was yours, meaning you and Mr. Frank?
As you would come in, we were the one on the left. Okay. Theirs was the one on the right.
Okay. And where was Rusty at this point?
Either in the bedroom or sometimes he would come out to the den and let us pet him and stuff.
Was he a shedder?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of a dog was Rusty?
I don't know what breed, but he was kind of large but very sweet.
Okay. Do you know what color he was?
Kind of a reddish brown.
Okay. And Rusty stayed at the house with you though while you were in Savannah?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Now, at this point, you had told us that there was a security team in place that you believed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, did you have a good relationship with your daughter?
Yes.
Do you think you knew her pretty well?
Yes, I do.
Would you have considered her gullible?
No.
So when she told you she was afraid, did you believe her?
Absolutely.
Okay. And did her behavior seem to be consistent with that?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Did you believe Mr. Kassotis when he advised you that they were in danger?
Yes.
Did he ever try to prevent you from going to work?
Only one day when he said there was something big happening, and he said he thought I should not go to work. And so I didn't. I said I had a problem that day and couldn't come to work, and so I didn't.
But other than that day, did he ever
No.
tell you to stay at home for your own safety?
No.
To your knowledge, and from your interaction being in the house, did you believe that your daughter was still happily married to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, I did think so.
Okay. And at some point you indicated that they advised you, or he advised you that she was pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if having a baby was important to them? Did they ever talk about it with you?
I think it was, yes.
Okay. And even in the middle of all the security risk, they still wanted to have a child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go to the doctor with her?
No, I did not.
Do you know who her doctor was?
No.
Do you know what facility she was being seen at?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever tell you any of that information? Meaning where?
About the doctors?
Yeah.
No.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to November of 2022. Were you still at the Savannah house?
Yes.
So you had moved in around, you said, I believe, Memorial Day, is that right?
Well, no, that's when we actually left Frank and Megan's house. It was sometime in June, and we were still there in November.
Okay. And when you talk about November, what were your plans for Thanksgiving?
Matthew and his baseball friend were going to earn extra money by working at Kenny B's in Hilton Head. They did a bunch, like 250 turkey packages, so they helped fry turkeys and put packages together and take them out to people's cars. So we all went to Hilton Head the Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, until Sunday afternoon.
When you say we all, who are you referring to specifically?
My husband, myself, Matthew, and his friend Bradley.
Okay. So Rusty, Mindy, and Mr. Kassotis did not join you?
No.
Do you know where they were when you left for Thanksgiving on that Wednesday, the day before?
At home, as far as I knew.
Okay. Do you know at that time when you left for Thanksgiving, how was Mindy feeling?
She'd been having some blood pressure problems, so sometimes she would lay down at night so that she could stay up until Nick would come to bed. So,
why did you believe she had blood pressure problems?
I believe that's what I was told.
Okay. Do you remember who told you that?
No, I don't.
So would it have been one of them, meaning
Yes,
your daughter
yes.
or Mr. Kassotis? Okay. Were there any other people that ever told you about her medical conditions
No,
or her pregnancy?
no.
Just the two of them?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said that you left on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving of 2022. Would it be fair to say that that was November 23rd? If you know.
That would have been pretty close to the date.
Okay. So it was the last Wednesday.
There was definitely the day before Thanksgiving. Whatever, it falls 3 or 4 days apart sometimes. But
Okay. Why did you come back on Sunday?
we had booked the condo so we could all enjoy it for a few days and enjoy being away. And it helped Matthew and Bradley
Okay.
have a place to stay after they worked hard all day.
Did you have to go back to work on that Monday?
Yes, I did.
And did you return to work that Monday?
Yes.
Okay. When you came back to Savannah, you said you went back to work, so let me not assume. Did you come back to Savannah after?
On that Sunday after Thanksgiving.
Okay. And who came back to the house in Savannah?
Just Frank, my husband, and myself.
Okay. And when you left for Thanksgiving, was Mindy alive?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you last saw her before you left for Thanksgiving?
Not precisely.
Okay. Was it that day?
No. When I would leave for work in the morning, she was never up that early because she would stay up late with Mr. Kassotis. So.
Okay. Do you remember how long before? You said no, but is it a day before, a couple days before? You just don't recall.
Probably,
exactly.
maybe, I'm guessing the week before.
Okay. So the week before, meaning that Wednesday you left, sometime in that week, meaning until the preceding Wednesday. Okay. And at that point, when you left for Hilton Head, that was your understanding?
Yes.
When you returned from Hilton Head, did you see Mindy?
No.
Okay. Do you know where she went or was?
Well, we were told on Monday that that Nick had taken her to the hospital because they were going to do some testing and try to work on her blood pressure. And so we were happy that she was actually, maybe they could figure out what was wrong with, her blood pressure and get her feeling better.
Okay. Did he tell you what hospital he took her to?
It was supposed to be some type of military hospital on a base.
Okay. And did you go see her?
No, because we figured we probably wouldn't be allowed to because it was supposed to be on a base.
Okay. And who told you that it was on a military base?
Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. At that point, did he tell you who her doctor was?
No.
Did he give you any information specifically about what was going on at the military base or where it was?
No. We just knew they were doing testing. I didn't know where. I mean, we were in Savannah, so we thought it was probably the base close to Savannah. So.
Okay. Did a doctor ever come to the house to treat her while you were there?
I believe that Nick told us that a doctor came, but I never saw anyone.
Okay. Now you said Sunday you came back and Monday you went to work.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything else about that week that was important that you remember?
My husband Frank had a hip operation on that Wednesday, and he stayed overnight in the hospital and then came home Thursday around noon.
Do you remember the date that he went in that Wednesday?
November 30th.
Okay. And was that what hospital?
St. Joseph's Candler.
Okay. And when he went to St. Joseph's Candler, did he stay overnight?
He did.
Where did you stay?
I stayed in the hospital till about 9 or 10, and then I came back and stayed at the house.
And that's the house in Savannah?
Yes, with Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. Was Mr. Kassotis there at the time?
Yes.
How did Mr. Frank get back from the hospital?
I picked him up and brought him home, and Mr. Kassotis helped me. There were like 3 steps out in the front, and so he helped me get him up the steps after his operation and into the house, and told me to go back to work. He would handle it. He'd take care of him. So.
Okay. So he went in for the hip surgery, you said, on November 30th. What day did you pick him up?
December 1st.
And that would have been then the Thursday?
Yes.
Okay. So November 30th, you went in. December 1st, you came and picked him up. And do you recall what time you went to pick him up on December 1st?
I think he got out maybe around 11:30, maybe 11:30.
So it was still in the earlier part of the day?
Yes.
And when Mr. Kassotis offered to look after him, what did you do?
I went on to work since he said he would. He said, I will keep an eye on him. I'll help him. I'll do whatever he needs. You go on back to work. So I went on, to work.
How long did you stay at work that day?
I think I left around 5:30.
Okay. Where'd you go after you left work?
Straight back to the house.
Okay. And when you went back to the house, who did you find at the house?
Just my husband.
So he was alone in the house at that
Yes.
point? Did you know where Mr. Kassotis was?
No, not really.
Okay. Did he eventually come home?
He did. He came home shortly after I got back.
Can you tell the jury what happened when he got home?
Yes, I heard him come in the door, so I came bouncing out, and I was like, hey, how's Mindy doing? And he just started bawling, crying hysterically and talking, and I really couldn't even understand much of what he said. So I said, please come out and sit in the living room, the den or whatever, and tell us what's wrong. And so that's when, all I could really understand was she's not coming home. So, and he meant Mindy.
Is that when he told you?
Yes.
And when he said she's not coming home, did you understand what he meant when he first said it?
No, not really. The way he was crying, I figured it was not good.
Okay.
So,
Did he eventually tell you she died?
yes, and he did not know he didn't know exactly what had happened. He said he'd been texting her all morning and she didn't answer, so he thought she was sleeping.
Okay. At that point, when he told you that she had died, did you have an opportunity?
Excuse me just a minute.
Take your time.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Do you need a minute?
Okay.
Was Mr. Frank with you when he told you?
Yes.
Okay. So it was the three of you in the room?
Yes.
Was there anyone else there?
Just Rusty.
Okay. And at that point, you said that he didn't have any idea how or why she died?
That's what he said. He said he was going the next day and they were going to talk to him and tell him what happened.
At that point, did he tell you what hospital?
No.
Did he tell you her doctor's name?
No.
Were you able to see her body?
No.
Did you ask why?
No. We talked about having a service or something after the first of the year, but with her being married to him, we thought that was his responsibility. We weren't going to say, hey, we want to take care of the body when she's married to him. So we thought he was going to handle it.
Did you believe that he would take care of that?
Yes.
Did he indicate to you whether or not there would be a funeral service of some sort?
When we talked about it, he said it would be after the first of the year. Maybe we'd have some type of memorial service. And we said, okay.
Did that ever happen?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever tell you that she was mistakenly cremated?
No.
Did he ever have a death certificate for her?
Not that I saw.
Did he ever show you any medical paperwork concerning?
No.
So it was your understanding that at the time of her death, she was at the hospital, correct?
Yes, and then when he went back to the hospital, he told us that she was in her room and she needed to go to the bathroom. So the nurses unhooked her from all of her equipment and she went to the bathroom and then the nurse got called away and she went back and got into bed and had a stroke. And there was no one there. I mean, she wasn't hooked up. So that's supposedly what happened to her.
Did you ever see paperwork from him suing the hospital?
No.
To your knowledge, did he as an attorney then sue the hospital for leaving his wife unattended to die from a stroke?
Not that I know of.
He was a lawyer at that point, correct?
Yes.
With no documentation of any sort that he provided you?
No, no documentation.
Did you believe him at the time?
Yes, I did.
How does that make you feel in hindsight?
Stupid, naive, trusting.
Did you trust him?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell the jury what happened in the days after Mr. Kassotis told you that Mindy died?
On Monday following when we were told she died the Thursday before, he told us that arrangements had been made for us, that they had rented us a condo in Hilton Head, and that he was going to, we were going to separate. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. We were going to, we all started packing, except Frank couldn't really do anything because he had had that hip operation. So Mr. Kassotis and I packed everything up in the house, and then on Tuesday, we went to Hilton Head, and he went along with us in his car with Rusty.
So on the Thursday, you get notified that your daughter has passed. And on the Monday, he tells you pack up, we're moving.
Yes.
And was it your understanding he was staying with you and Frank still?
No, he was going to go his own way.
And who was going to pay for your new place?
Security, Mr. Kassotis, I'm not sure.
Okay.
That really wasn't made clear, so.
But he advised you that someone would pay for it and you didn't have to.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me back up for just one moment. How many cars left Savannah?
2.
Which 2 vehicles?
Our car and Mr. Kassotis' car.
Which car were you in?
I was driving our car.
And that would be Matthew's old car?
No, that was our car.
You had another car?
Yes.
Okay. So you were in the car driving to Hilton Head with whom?
My husband.
Okay. Where was Mr. Kassotis?
He had his own car, and we went together, caravanned or whatever.
Okay, but you never got in his car?
Only after we had finished packing to say goodbye to Rusty.
Okay, and where was that, in Savannah or somewhere
Hilton
else?
Head.
Okay, so when you got to Hilton Head, where was, you said he was in the vehicle, Rusty?
Yes.
Okay, and you said goodbye to Rusty at the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, other than that, you didn't ride in the car to Hilton Head?
No, ma'am.
How far was the drive approximately from Savannah to up to Hilton Head? Do you recall?
Probably close to an hour.
Okay. And when you got to Hilton Head, can you describe what kind of a community or housing arrangements had been made for you and your husband?
Yes, we were staying at Hilton Head Beach and Tennis Club, which has gated.
Uh-oh, what happened? What happened?
Just a physical gate.
No, there's an attendant.
Okay. And did Mr. Kassotis come with you to that location?
Yes, he did.
When you got to that location, did you have an opportunity to say goodbye to him, or did he
Yes,
stay?
he helped us bring stuff, some stuff into the house, and then we all said goodbye.
When he left Hilton Head, did you expect to see him again?
Yes, we did.
Did you ever?
No.
Did you find out what happened to Mr. Kassotis after you were left at that location in Hilton Head, you and Mr. Frank?
In February, we were notified by his security team that he had been in a car accident and wasn't in very good shape. And we asked if we would be allowed to come and see him. And
were you allowed to?
No.
He lied. Oh my
Ultimately,
God.
Was that communication over the phone, in person?
That was an email communication.
What?
So you got an email notification from the security team that he had been in a terrible car accident?
Yes.
Was there any follow-up communication from the security team concerning his condition?
Yes, I believe it was several weeks later we were told that unfortunately he had died.
He died?
Was that also by email?
Yes, it was.
What?
So the security team, did you know what agency or what that was related to?
Are you talking about who the email came from?
No, I mean
who
who the security team was specifically? Did he ever tell you? Was that a government agency, a private agency?
No, we weren't told specifically.
Okay. And when you received those emails, did they come to your email?
Yes,
Did you preserve them and save them?
I did.
And at that point, did you believe that Mr. Kassotis had passed away and died?
I absolutely did.
Okay. Did you have communications with any of their friends and family concerning his death? Or was it with them? Sorry.
Well.
One sec, let me rephrase that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to anybody that you knew about his passing?
We called Cameron and her husband and told them, his friend Cameron, that they were both in their wedding.
Okay. And you told Cameron that Mr. Kassotis had died in the car accident?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also convey that to Miss Wynn, Angela Wynn?
I believe so.
Okay. And during the course of that, did you believe he was dead at that point?
Yes. So we were already grieving for Mindy, and then we were grieving for him. So.
Did law enforcement ever come to talk to you about this case?
Yes. It was in early May, I believe it was. And it was sometime after lunch, and I was going to walk over to Starbucks to get a coffee, and my friend Toby called me and asked me where I was and said, "Get back here. The GBI is here to see you." So I walked straight back to the office.
Stop talking about the lady, y'all. Yeah, mean.
And Mr. Sands and
y'all.
His partner came in the conference room and
Just
he
stop.
started talking about Mindy.
Did you believe that Agent Sands was actually a member of the GBI?
Yes, then I did. Somebody had actually called us and I don't know if it was Agent Sands, but I checked, like Googled them and stuff. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't a scam or something.
Were you concerned considering all of the information that you had heard over the last couple of years?
Yes.
Did you doubt that he might be with the GBI?
Not when he came to see me, but I did on the call, so.
Okay, so you got a call first and then they came to see you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach out to anybody when you first got the call to verify who Agent Sands was? When I mean,
Yeah,
by
leave the
email,
lady
did you
alone.
communicate with anybody concerning Agent Sands?
Not that I remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you some
You say it's echoing?
exhibits, if I may, Your Honor.
You want me to
I'm
mute
referring to
myself and see if it
1.87,
echoes?
1.88, 1.89.
Okay, let me mute myself. Tell me if y'all hear it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a moment and just read through those.
Pardon me.
Take your time.
Do y'all see any? Did y'all hear anything? Because I had it muted. The lady was talking. JT, you got a problem with your thing because it's not echoing. No one hears an echo. Something wrong with your thing, JT.
All right.
Do you recall those emails?
I do.
And how do you recognize those emails?
It's only you, JT.
They're all printed from my personal Gmail account.
Okay. And can you tell us how those emails came to be in the possession of the state in connection with this case? How did those get received?
I went back and looked for them and printed them and sent them to you.
Okay. You sent them to our office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also send some of them to Agent Sands? If you recall.
I don't recall. I know he had me do some work on the email that we got about Mr. Kassotis passing away, but to see where it came from and that kind of stuff. But
Okay. And do those emails have a quote to and from on them?
yes,
And can you tell us from whom those emails are received?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I think my glasses are kind of fogging up, and
It's okay.
yes, I'm sorry.
God, leave that lady
But,
alone.
they're all to my personal email, and
She can't see.
it's like a company, Apis. They're from somebody at Apis Limited, and
Okay.
Apis Limited, which we assumed was security, and
Wow, this guy,
and then one
he fake his death
Proton
too?
email
Okay.
security, I guess.
Okay. And did you know what Proton email was?
No.
Okay. And when you received those emails, are those a fair and accurate printout of what you
Yes.
sent? Okay. And
Absolutely.
are they modified in any way other than those red stickers on them?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce those emails. That would be, if I may.
87 through 90.
Thank you.
Any objection?
I can just see them for a moment.
All right.
No objection, no.
They are admitted without objection.
At this time, I'd like to publish them if we can turn that on. Thank you. Can you see that on the monitor in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And in that subject line, it says no subject. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the top right, does it have an email?
Yes, it's my Gmail account.
Okay. And is the body of that email the email that you received?
Yes.
And does it have a date there
February the 22nd,
of 2023?
2023. Sorry.
Okay. And that email, was that the one that you just indicated had the apislimited.com? Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, apislimited.com.
Okay. Did you actually know Jones M.J. personally?
No.
Had you ever met that person?
No.
Did you know who that was?
No.
And this email, what was this email in reference to?
They were responding to our request to see Nicholas when we said we wanted to see him, and we didn't care if he was in a coma. We would sit with him and hold his hand and talk to him.
Is that after you had been informed he was in the car accident?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now, that for the record is 1.87. I'm now turning to exhibit.
Yeah, this is like a movie.
1.88. Does that also reflect your email address on it?
Yes, it does.
And is there a subject line in this email?
Update.
And who was that from?
The security department, Apis Limited.
And what date was that?
February 26th.
And on that date, what was the notification that you received?
They were sorry to inform us that Mr. Kassotis passed away.
So you got a death notification by email.
I don't mean to laugh, y'all, but
Did you ever speak to anybody in person
Really?
about his passing?
No.
Did anybody come to see you and
Doc,
talk to you?
Doc, leave her alone,
Did
Doc.
anybody call you?
She's gullible.
Did you talk to his parents?
No, I did not.
I'm now turning your attention to
I think
189.
Doug need to go and
where
tell the guy to take a plea
pointing to
deal.
the top half of this email. Do you have a date on that email?
Tell him to take a plea
April
deal.
19, 2023.
And are you one of the recipients of this email under the CC?
Tell him to take a plea deal. Let me text let me check Doug.
Yes.
Okay. Did that go to somebody in addition to just you?
Yes. It was my husband and,
You still
sorry.
need that
Isn't a real
defense if
clear,
you're guilty.
um,
I know, TAT.
If I can, Your Honor, may I approach you?
I know,
I believe
JT, but
it's
come
very
on.
happy.
Why you plead not guilty?
sorry about that.
Oh God. I'm sorry. JT, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did you and your husband reach out to the security, what you believe to be the security team in connection with your housing?
Yes.
What was your concern?
We were just wondering what was going on.
What
because no one
book
had
did he write?
told us much of anything, so.
So at this point, in April of 2023, would it be fair to say that you believe that Mr. Kassotis and your daughter had already
You
passed?
trying to get less charges? Time
And his
to-
security team was
he's fighting for
still
years
paying
off.
for your housing at that point. Is that correct?
3 months.
PMT.
Yes.
How you get years off the sentence?
Did they ever respond to you and Mr. Meban, your husband?
Oh God.
And I'm pointing to the next portion of this exhibit.
Lord have mercy, y'all.
Yes, April 20th.
I didn't even know.
And would it be fair to say that they were attempting to make accommodations for you?
Yes.
Even though he
that.
was gone
Yes.
and she was gone.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I'm now pointing to the
Okay,
lower portion of the
Parole or
next
no
email,
parole, okay.
starting at the top of I believe that is 1.90.
Forgive me now for laughing
Is that
at this
correct?
case. I'm
The exhibit
sorry.
in your hand.
I'm sorry.
It starts with
Sorry. I
telephone
just-
texts from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay.
This lady sitting here believing
Who did
everything
you
this
reach
man
out
says.
to on May 2nd of 2023?
And I
Yeah,
obviously
we get-
misspoke
we
a
get
little while ago and
bamboozled.
thought I didn't.
Yeah, we do.
But yes, we did. We said, hey, we've been contacted by them. Like we said, we were still under the impression that they were both dead and security was, we didn't know. So yes, we said we've been contacted and.
Okay. And did you also at some point speak to your son, Frank IV, about all of this?
But if you
I'm
can't get
sure
a
I
plea
did.
deal with the so he can
Did
get
you
possible
inquire
parole.
and look up Agent Sands to verify him?
Yes, well, at least, yes, the Statesboro office, yes.
Okay. And ultimately, that's when you saw him in person at your office?
Yes.
No funeral from your daughter. No, I mean no.
On May 3rd of 2023, did you receive a response from new no names at proton.me?
Yes.
What did they say?
Look at the lady sitting back there, y'all. Look at the
It was
lady
the family
sitting back.
family member that had a communication.
Look at the lady
They wanted
sitting behind
information
him.
from
Watch.
you.
Yes.
They didn't give you any information?
No.
I thank you.
You're right. Okay, CMT. I'm sorry. You could have asked that in the plea deal.
Did Mr. Kassotis explain to you ever over the phone any communications, what had happened after Mindy passed and before he was dead?
He called us one time in, I want to say late January or early February.
What did he say?
We were just talking about different things. He had told us
Hey, Kia.
that he was going to meet his real mother, that, we were told that he was adopted or stolen or something. And so when we left him in December, he was going to meet his real mother.
Okay. Did you expect to see him after speaking to him that one time?
Yes, he said he would like to come to see one of Matthew's games.
Okay. Did that ever happen?
No.
When was the first time that you learned that Mr. Kassotis was not dead?
When Agent Sands visited me in my office in Savannah.
Was that surprising to you?
Yes, we were talking about Mr. Kassotis, and I said, you probably don't know. But he died several months ago, and he just kind of gave me a sad look and said, no, he's not dead. That's when I learned that he wasn't.
Now, when you sat down and you spoke with Agent Sands, did he ask you to provide him with a DNA sample?
He did, and I agreed.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that's just a Q-tip, basically, that
Yes.
swabs on the inside of your cheek?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that voluntarily?
I did.
And you provided that on the day he came to see you?
Yes.
Just so we're clear for the record, do you see Agent Sands here in the courtroom today?
Yes, he's sitting beside of you.
Okay, if the record can reflect, she's pointed to, or she's indicated him.
JT, stop it.
Prior to
JT, stop it.
Agent Sands coming to see you, had you heard about the unidentified woman in Riceboro, Liberty County?
No.
Did you know that there was somebody out there?
No, I didn't.
And at that point, did you even have a reason to think that that might be Mindy, if you had known?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness with 1.85. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, pictures of my daughter and then one picture of her with Mr. Kassotis.
Are those all fair pictures of actually her and him? You recognize them?
Yes.
Dr. TJ, stop it. Dr. TJ say Doug taking that damn money. He need an attorney regardless. Even if he was taking a plea deal, he need an attorney.
At this time, I'd like to publish, Your Honor.
He got money to throw away anyway. He got all that money. Remember? He's supposed to be paying his wife, the ex-wife, 1 point something million. He got the money. The prosecutor got an easy case, y'all. The prosecutor got an easy case. Oh my God, look at the box. Is that going to be where the body is? Oh no, we don't want to see the body. Is that where the body is, y'all?
In all the time you knew Mr. Kassotis, did you ever know him to hunt?
No.
I have nothing further.
Uh-oh. Doug's not going to question that lady. Doug, you better not question that lady. Oh my God, Doug. Don't do it. Don't do it, Doug. Don't do it, Doug.
Good afternoon, Ms. Meban. My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. I'm going to endeavor to not keep you up here much longer.
Please give her 5 minutes, Doug. Don't do it to her. Don't do that to her, Doug. Doug, don't do it.
Let's talk a little bit about your daughter, Mindy.
All right.
Okay. So, Mindy was quite accomplished, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And a very intelligent young woman.
Absolutely.
And you said that your relationship was very close, correct?
Yes.
And Mindy would have no reason to lie to you.
Not that I'm aware of.
And you said that Mindy was in genuine fear for her life, correct?
Yes.
They were moving all over the place, correct?
From what I was told, yes.
From what you were told by Mindy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mindy had told you that she and Nick were in danger, correct?
Yes.
And as you said, you believed Mindy.
I did.
And you said Mindy is not a gullible woman.
The mom is.
No.
Or was not, I'm sorry, a gullible woman. When Nick and Mindy got the place in Savannah on, I believe, 65th Street. They at 65th Street, correct?
Yes.
They invited you and your husband, Frank III, to move in with them, correct?
Yes.
And may I just ask, why did you move in with them?
Well, we love them for one thing, and we either needed to get our own place, which we were happy doing, or then when they said, that they'd have room for us and they'd like us to, we said, okay.
And you say that you loved them. Were you and your husband, Frank, close with Mindy and Nick?
I feel like we were, yes.
Regarding the claim that Mindy was pregnant, that was Mindy that had told you that, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who told us, but I know Nick talked to us about it also.
Nick also told you, but Mindy as well told you. They both had told you that she
I
was
believe
pregnant.
so, yes.
You say that you saw Mr. Kassotis doing computer work all the time, correct?
Yes.
Where would he, I know they moved in several places and you saw him working in several places. So for these questions, let's focus on 65th Street.
All right.
Where would Mr. Kassotis do his work on 65th Street?
He would sit on the couch in the living room just to the right of as you came in the door.
And when you say do his work, this was his work on his computer,
Yes,
correct?
computer work.
And as you said earlier, you never saw the work that he was doing on the screen.
No, I did not.
So you can't testify as to what was going on the screen while Nick was working, correct?
Correct.
You say that you had never met the security team that was supposed to be protecting Nick and Mindy, correct?
That is correct.
But there were certain actions that you would perform at Nick's behest, correct? So for example, I think you testified that one day Nick urged you to not go to work.
Yes.
Did he explain to you why you couldn't go to work?
He just said that there was something big going to happen or going to be in the news, and he thought it might be dangerous for me to go to work that day.
I got
So
my
it
room
appeared to
22
you,
for the
did
next
it appear
day.
to you that he was concerned about your safety that day?
Yes.
When did you tell your son, Frank IV, that Mindy had passed?
I believe it was the day after we were told that she had died. They were actually on a cruise, and so I'm sure I ruined the last night of their cruise for them.
They being
Frank
IV.
IV and his wife Megan.
So you weren't present. You didn't tell them in person.
No,
You told them while they
no.
were on the cruise ship,
That
correct?
is correct.
How did he respond?
Shock.
Why do you say he responded with shock?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for her to know his thoughts.
Well, she said that it was shock. I'd just like to know why she believed it was a shocked response.
I'm pretty certain that anybody who has
Thank
told that their sister has died when she's 40 years old and in relatively good health would be shocked.
When you said that you don't believe that Nick Kassotis was a hunter, do you have hunters in your family?
My son Matthew hunts some, but that's it.
What kind of hunting, as far as you know, does Matthew do?
I don't really know. I'd have to guess.
Well, I don't want you to guess at any of my questions, okay? So please don't. You testified about a couple of times that you and Mr. Kassotis were in contact following your move to Hilton Head when he left.
I believe one time.
And he reached out to you?
Yes.
Did he reach out to you over Signal?
I don't recall.
Is that the normal way he would communicate with you?
Yes.
And when you communicated with him, you would communicate to him via Signal as well?
Yes. Occasionally we did, and we emailed, but it was mainly Signal.
Did you ever attempt to reach out to Mr. Kassotis after he had helped y'all move to Hilton Head?
No, I don't believe so.
I don't know if you recall this, but let me ask. Do you recall if Mindy had ever told you that she and Nick were planning on leaving the area?
Dumb as rocks. I'm going to start. I'm going to. Did you call it?
Did Mindy tell me that?
Mindy
Yes, you
told
can bring him
you.
down.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
I don't recall if it was Nick or Mindy. I don't recall.
But one of them had told you that they were planning on leaving the area
Yes.
prior to, yeah, I withdraw that. Did Mindy ever tell you that they were planning on changing their names due to security concerns?
Yes, they did. Mhm.
Did she, when you say they, was it, I want to try to be more specific. Do you know which one or both?
I believe it was both, and I think we were all sitting down at dinner one night because they told us they'd chosen the name Stark, and we all kind of laughed about it, you know, being in the Avengers. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no more questions. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Just very briefly. You've referenced Signal several times. Is
Yes,
that a
ma'am.
voice or a text?
Text.
So you didn't talk over the phone, you just texted back and forth?
Yes.
Okay. So every time that you've referenced the word Signal, was that a physical text
A
message?
physical text message.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you spoke with Mr. Kassotis, you said the one time after Mindy had passed, was that a voice message, like talking to him on the phone?
Yes, it was on the
Okay.
phone.
So that was the one time it was on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear, how did they move when they needed to move their things? How did they move their belongings?
They would just pack up and I'm trying to think if they had a vehicle, but I guess I think they had a truck maybe or something like that.
Were there baby items?
Only maybe if like I had given them something.
I have nothing further.
Any further? No. Thank you, ma'am. You can step in.
Your Honor, could we have a brief break? Thanks.
All right, there's been a request for a break, so we'll go ahead and take a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen, you're excused for the moment.
Okay, they're asking for a break, y'all. All right. What do y'all think, y'all? What do you guys think about this case? He doesn't need to be a hunter. He was military. But Matthew, we got some question. You know what? COT, keep hope alive. Is he on bond, y'all? Is he on bond? Is he on bond? Because he doesn't look like he All right, let me put in my commercial, y'all. Commercial time. Gotta get paid. Hold on. Gotta get paid. My commercial coming on. Need a truck? Skip the hassle. At DiddyTruck.com, we make truck rentals affordable, fast, and easy.
At that Diddy Truck, we simplify transportation. We connect you with trusted rental trucks tailored to your needs. Without the stress or hidden requirements. No fleet ownership, no moving help. Just dependable truck rentals. Yo. Compare, choose, save. Tired of switching between rental websites. DiddyTruck.com. They're the only platform that lets you compare prices for multiple truck rental provided side by side, so you always get the best deal by seeing all your options in one place. You can save time and up to 30% or more on your rental. Smart renting starts here.
We provide that access to clean, well-maintained trucks, suitable for short or long-term use. Whether you're relocating, transporting goods, or making deliveries, we got a rental solution that works for you. And good news, insurance is not required to rent.
You ready? All right, everyone, please be seated. You would call the next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Frank Meban III.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. There's a microphone right in front of you, so if you could try to, as best as you can, speak to that microphone.
Okay.
Okay. Can you please tell us your full name and how you spell it for the court reporter?
Frank, F-R-A-N-K, Meban, M-E-B-A-N-E, the third.
And Mr. Meban, if at any time you don't understand a question, please just let me know and I'll try to stop and rephrase it for you, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Meban, do you work right now?
No, I'm retired.
Okay. What did you do before you retired?
A lot of different things.
Okay.
You want to know all of them?
What was the last one?
The last one. I was a financial advisor
Okay.
for 6 years.
Okay. And before that?
I was a minister for 22 years.
Okay. And as a minister, was that in addition or was that your primary job?
That was my primary job.
Okay. And in those two professions, you've now stopped doing those, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. As a full-time work is what I mean, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you currently married?
Yes, I am.
Who are you married to?
Betsy,
And how long were you two married? Or have you been married?
47 and a half years.
Okay. Do you have children?
Yes, we do.
How many children?
We have 3.
What are their names?
Mindy, Frank the fourth, and Matthew.
Okay. Oldest to youngest?
Yes.
Okay. And are you close to your kids?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do any of them still live with you now? Or have they moved out?
They moved out.
Okay. Matthew being the youngest, he's also already out of the household now?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Is there a time when you met Nicholas James Kassotis?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how you met him?
Our daughter, Mindy, introduced us to him.
Okay. And did they ultimately get married?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember where they were living when they got married?
In Mount Vernon, Virginia.
Okay. Did you visit them there?
Yes,
And when you visited them there, do you recall, was that a house or was it an apartment? What kind of a place was it?
it was a house.
Okay. Do you know who owned the house?
I believed it was Nick.
Okay. And she moved in with him to his house?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know what happened to that house?
not exactly, no.
Okay. At some point, did they ever move out of that house?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what was Mindy doing, if you know, for a living while she was living up in Virginia?
Well, she graduated with a master's in public service or something like that. And she was working for different, like, nonprofit.
Okay.
I think it was the last one, or I know the name was KKR.
Okay. And at that point, do you know what Mr. Kassotis was doing for a living?
He was in the Navy, worked at the Pentagon.
Do you know what his title was in the Navy at the Pentagon?
You mean his rank?
If you know his rank.
No, I know he worked for JAG.
Okay. Do you know if he was an attorney?
Yes,
Okay. And when he was in the JAG in what branch of the service you said?
Navy.
Do you know if he remained in the Navy after they got married?
I believe so, but I'm not sure exactly when he left or not.
Okay. So you know at some point he did leave, you just don't recall exactly when.
Correct.
Okay. And when they got married, he was in the Navy at that point?
I believe so.
Okay. Did there come a time when you and your wife started to live with any of your kids?
Yes,
Who did you live with?
we lived with Frank IV and his wife.
Okay. That would be Mindy's younger brother?
Yes,
Okay. And where did you live with them?
in Hilton Head,
South Carolina?
South Carolina,
Okay. Where are you from originally?
Florida.
Okay. And by way of Florida, you wound up in South Carolina with them?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know approximately when you moved in with Frank and Megan? If you know.
around 2016, I believe.
Okay. And at that point, did you stay with them for quite a while?
Yes.
Did there come a time? Well, let me back up for a second. Why were you living with them?
Well, my wife had been laid off from her job in Augusta, and I was still working as a financial advisor, and she was laid off, and she came down to Savannah and got a job the next day.
Oh.
And so she started living with them, and then that's when we decided we would move in with them.
Okay. So was she working in Savannah then?
Yes.
Did that make it more convenient?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And being a financial advisor, did that allow you some more flexibility?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And you said that was in Hilton Head, is that right?
Yes.
When you were living with Frank and Megan, at any point did any of your other kids move in?
Yes.
Who moved in?
Mindy and Nick. And
Okay.
of course, Matthew was with us because he was in high school.
Okay. So for a while there, it was Mindy, Nick, Matthew, you and your wife living with Frank and Megan?
Matthew wasn't there. By that time, we had moved.
Okay. So at some point there were some overlap.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall, you said, I believe you moved in with them in approximately 2016, meaning Frank and Megan. Do you
Correct.
recall when Mr. Kassotis and your daughter Mindy moved in with them? If you recall.
It had to be 2022.
Okay. And at some point, can you tell us, were you living there with Frank and Megan the whole time that Mr. Kassotis and Mindy were there?
No.
Okay. Was there a period of time that you moved out of that location?
Yes, Matthew and I moved to Dublin, Georgia,
Okay. Why did you go up to Dublin, Georgia?
because he was going to be a senior in high school, and he played baseball. And with the COVID, they weren't going to play baseball in Hilton Head, but they were going to play in Dublin, Georgia. And
Okay.
so we moved to Dublin so he could play.
Okay. When you say we, who moved up to Dublin?
Matthew and I did.
Okay. And where did Mrs. Betsy stay?
She stayed with Frank IV and Megan at their house in
Okay.
Hilton Head.
Okay. And do you recall how long you were up in Dublin with Matthew?
I had a lease for at least a year, so I think it might have been 13 months.
Okay. At some point, did you come back down from Dublin?
Yes.
And did Matthew join you?
No, he was in, by that time, he had already started college, junior college.
Okay. So Matthew heads off to college and you moved back down to Hilton Head. Is that right?
Correct.
Who was living with you when you got back down to Hilton Head after Matthew went off to college?
Frank IV, his wife Megan, their little girl Harper, and Mindy and Nick.
Okay. Was your wife there too?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So at that point, were there any pets in the house?
Yes.
What pets?
They had Rusty. Mindy and Nick had Rusty.
Okay. Did there come a time when you left that residence? Meaning the one in Hilton Head with Frank and Megan?
You mean after I came back from Dublin?
After you came back from Dublin, you said you stayed there for a while.
Correct.
Do you know how long that was approximately?
With all of us there?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 5 months, 6 months.
Okay. And at
Maybe a little bit longer than that.
Okay. So at some point you said it was about 5, 6 months, maybe a little bit longer. You're in Hilton Head with Frank and Megan. Is that right? Okay. And Mindy and Mr. Kassotis are there too. You and your wife.
Correct.
Okay. What caused you to leave?
Well, I took Matthew, the younger son, to play baseball in Illinois for the summer.
Okay.
And when I was up there with him, that's when Mindy and Nick moved out of their house and I came back, they were gone.
Okay. Do you know where Mindy and Mr. Kassotis moved to when they left Frank IV and Megan's place in Hilton Head?
At first, they moved to a hotel that my wife got for them.
Okay. And did they go anywhere after that, if you know?
They went to another hotel and then we went to 65th Street in Savannah.
Okay. Now there sounds like there was a fair amount of moving going on. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you know how the belongings got moved when people were moving about?
I know Mindy and Nick had tubs, big black tubs.
What kind of tubs were they? Can you describe them for me?
Like big tubs that you put stuff in for like Christmas decorations, you know, big, I don't know how big, I mean, they were big tubs.
Okay. And you're making some gestures with your hand, approximately as wide as my hands are. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would it be fair to say about 3 to 4 feet?
Yes.
Okay. And they were tall and deep?
Yes.
And that's about maybe 2 or 3 feet?
Correct.
Okay. And they would move their belongings in those tubs. Is that right?
Yes.
So there was not a moving company, was there?
No.
Okay. And not moving boxes, but rather these tubs.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you moved from Hilton Head, you said down to Savannah, did there ever come a time when you left the hotels and wound up in a more permanent type of place?
Yes, that was at a house on 65th Street.
Okay. And how did you come to be at that location, the house?
Mindy and Nick found it, and I went over and loaded them up from the hotel and moved them into the house.
Did they have a car at the time?
No.
Okay. And you said you loaded them up. Did they have tubs at that time too?
Yes.
And
Along with Rusty, I'm sorry.
okay. So they didn't leave Rusty behind, right?
No.
Okay.
College
So,
drunk. You know
do you
what?
know if
That's
Mr.
silly.
Kassotis was working at that point?
JT, I kind of hear the echo now in there. It's
What
that
did you
thing
think
that they
he
He
use.
was on his computer.
Okay.
I hear the echo now.
Working,
It's not from me.
long
It's from the
hours.
court.
Okay. Did he tell you what his work involved?
Not exactly, no.
Okay.
We knew he was working on something that was secretive.
Okay. Did he tell you that?
Both Mindy and Nick did, yes.
Okay. Did you ever see what was on his computer screen when he was working?
No.
Did you look?
No, because I knew I wasn't supposed to.
Okay. When you say you weren't
They're the little
supposed to,
kids.
who told you that you weren't supposed to?
I just knew that it was secretive, and maybe that's my background. I'm not inquisitive.
Okay. And at that point, that was at the house in Savannah?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mindy working?
No.
Do you know why not?
No. Health-wise, she couldn't work, but also that there was a way for her to work. I mean, she didn't have a computer, and she was at the house the whole time, so there really was no way to work.
Okay.
It's
Have
crazy,
you
man.
ever heard
It's the
any
weirdest
information
case.
concerning their safety being at risk, that being Mr. Kassotis and Mindy?
Oh, yes, all the time.
Tell us about that. What happened?
Well, it was way back before they even moved out of Virginia. We were told that they had people who were after them, and that they had to be very careful what they were doing and where they were moving, and you had to be cognizant of everything that was around you at the time to make sure that nothing was, no one was following us or anything like that.
Was Mindy afraid?
Oh, yes.
Did you believe she was afraid?
Yes, very much.
Okay. And when she was at the house in Savannah, did she go out much?
I never saw her outside.
Okay. What about Mr. Kassotis? Did he go out?
He would go out at night or go out in the
crazy.
backyard to brush Rusty, but that was about it.
Did he have friends over?
No,
Did you have any company that ever came over to the house?
no.
Now, did you ever hear reference to a security team?
Oh, yes, all the time.
Tell the jury what you heard. What was told to you?
Well, they told us that there was a security team that was caring for them, but they would have to get everything approved by the security team before we could, if we had any questions about what was going on, they would have to ask the security team and come back with their answers. And then if we were moving, they would have to check with the security team to let us know if it was okay if I came back to the house. So it was all the time.
Would that be daily?
Oh, yes.
Do you know where the money was coming from to pay for everything?
I thought it was the security team.
Okay.
Oh my
So you and your
God.
wife were not paying for it?
Just like I said, when they first moved out of the house in Hilton Head, my wife paid for hotel for a while, and we would buy groceries and things like that. That was about it.
Okay.
The hell?
And at that point,
Yeah, this is some mystery novel
was
here.
your wife still working during the day?
Oh, yes.
Do you know where she was working?
Hunter McLean Law Firm.
Okay. And do you know what she did for them?
I think they call him an administrative assistant now.
Okay. And
Yeah, ready
in
to
that
say
capacity,
secretary.
would she go to work Monday through Friday?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you know what time she would leave in the morning for work?
I would take her to work about 8:30,
Okay. And then what time would she get home?
5:30.
How'd she get home?
I picked her up.
So you'd drive her to and from work every day?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working yourself at that point?
No, not by the time we were there.
Okay. Was anyone else home during the day with you? Meaning anybody who lived there?
Mindy and Nick were always there with Rusty.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when there was a mention of Microsoft?
Yes, that was way back when when we were told that he left the Navy, they were working on something for Microsoft. And that's why they needed a security team to protect him.
So Mr. Kassotis needed a security team because he was working for Microsoft on something secret?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, that started, you said back in Virginia?
Correct.
Okay. So this happened back in, do you know what year that was approximately? If you know.
I don't recall exactly when that was.
Okay. But it was while they were still in Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Any work product from Microsoft from him?
No,
Did he ever show you any paperwork from Microsoft?
no,
Did he ever show you any computer software?
no.
So during the day while Mr. Kassotis worked from the house, what did you do?
Well, after I took my wife to work, I was told I'd come back, take a shower, and then when I would leave for lunch, sometimes to go to lunch with her, other times to go just to lunch, but I couldn't come back until 3 o'clock or a little after, and I'd have to call and check and make sure that security was okay for me to come back.
Who told you that you weren't allowed to be in the house?
Mindy and Nick,
So they told you had to leave the house?
correct,
How often did you have to leave the house?
every day.
From when to when?
Usually right before lunch until after 3 o'clock or so.
Okay. And
What in the
how did you
world?
know that it was okay to come home?
I would send a message on the Signal app and ask if it was okay if I could come home
And who would you send that message to?
to Nick.
I saw you just nod. Do you see him here today?
Yes, right over there.
If the record can reflect, he's pointed to the defendant. Had you ever used Signal app before?
No,
How did you learn of Signal app?
I believe it was Mindy who showed me how to even download it and how to use it.
Okay. And on Signal app, just so we're clear, is that a texting or a voice communication?
Texting,
Text. Okay. And so you would send the messages to Mr. Kassotis by way of that phone app?
correct.
And would he then indicate whether or not it was okay for you to return to the residence?
Yes.
How long after they were married did they start moving around? Do you know? Approximately.
I couldn't tell you exactly, but it wasn't very long.
Okay. But it was after they were married.
Yes.
Okay. Did you believe them when they told you that they were in danger?
Oh, yes.
Did there come a time when you started to doubt that?
I always had questions. That's kind of like what I was saying before about the security team. And I would ask questions and, like what's going on with different things. And then they would come back and say, the security team said, we can't answer that.
Okay. Did there come a time when you ultimately left the Savannah residence?
Yes.
And where did you wind up staying at that point?
Betsy and I moved to a condo in Hilton Head.
Okay. And I'm jumping ahead for just a moment. Was there any specific way that you had to get into that unit, that facility for the condos? How did you get into the building complex?
They had a security gate that you had to get approval, like a pass to get in.
Okay. And when you ultimately moved to that residence, did you have to provide that pass to somebody?
Yes, there was a security guard when you drove in.
Okay. Did you ever have any visitors at that location?
Matthew came and visited us.
Did he have to get a parking pass also?
Yes.
What was the name that the residence was reserved under for the parking pass?
Nicholas Kassotis.
So at that point, did that give you suspicions?
Yes, we had suspicions, but we were told that, we would get all the answers at some point in time.
Okay, so let's go back. You're at the house in Savannah. Did Mr. Kassotis and your daughter ever talk to you about a change of name?
Yes.
What did she tell you specifically?
She told us that his name was going to be changed to Nicholas Stark
Did she tell you why?
for security reasons.
Okay, and that name Nicholas Stark, did he start using it?
Yes, he even got like a bag, like a briefcase like thing that had Stark on it.
Okay.
I remember that.
Did you ever receive any mail that said the name Nicholas Stark?
I never saw any.
Okay. What about Amazon packages? Did you ever receive any of those at the house?
Yes, they got plenty of packages.
Okay. And was there anything of note that was received in those packages to you? Anything that drew your attention?
They got some clothes for like Mindy that she really hadn't had any clothes in quite a long time.
Okay.
Like I said, the briefcase, other things, I don't remember exactly.
Okay. But you saw some things with the name Stark on them?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever meet anyone from the security team?
No.
Did you ever meet any of his coworkers, Mr. Kassotis?
Once he left the Navy, no.
Did you ever meet any of his employers once he left the Navy?
No.
What about his father? Had you ever met his father?
I met him at the wedding.
Okay. And did there come a time when there was an incident while you were in Savannah concerning his father?
Yes. Most weekends, Betsy and I would go off for the weekend, a lot of times to watch Matthew play baseball or whatever. And we would try to give them time away from us. So we would go off and come back on a Sunday afternoon. And one Sunday we came back and they told us that his father and his uncle had come to the house and were knocking on the door.
Okay.
And they were really upset.
Okay. Did he indicate to you what had happened as a result of that incident? Did Mindy tell you?
Yes, she told me that he was crawling on the floor to the back of the house, so they couldn't see in the windows and couldn't see him.
Okay. Do you know if the police were contacted?
I heard later that a police report was filed.
Okay. Did you move after that?
No.
Did Mindy move?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis move?
No.
Did they beef up security with people out front?
No.
Were cameras installed?
Yes, there was a camera installed that was in the kitchen that would shoot down the driveway.
Who put that camera in?
Nick did.
Did you ever see any footage off that camera?
No.
Do you know where Mindy was? Did she tell you where she was when this incident happened with Mr. Kassotis' father and uncle?
She was in their bedroom, I believe.
Was she afraid?
Yes.
Now, once Mr. Kassotis advised you that, or rather, withdrawn, once your daughter advised you that this incident had happened, were measures taken to protect your wife from going to and from work?
No.
Did anything change at all?
No.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Now, when you were at the house, how many bedrooms were there?
2 bedrooms.
Okay. What type of a house is this? A 1-story or a 2-story?
1 story.
Okay. Are there steps to get into the house?
Yes.
Are there railings to walk up to get into the house, up the steps, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, when you got to that location, did there come a time when you had to have surgery of some kind?
I had hip replacement, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what happened that prompted you to have that surgery?
Well, I hurt my left knee shagging fly balls for my son, and I didn't get my knee fixed, and it got to the point where it hurt my left hip, and I finally had to get hip replacement surgery.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
November of 2022.
Okay. And where did you go for the surgery?
St. Joseph's Hospital.
Okay. Is that in Savannah?
That's in Savannah on Abercorn.
Okay. And when you went to that surgery, were you alone? How did you get there?
Betsy took me.
Okay. When she took you to the surgery, did you stay overnight or did you come home that day?
I stayed overnight, yes.
So would it be fair to say you returned on what date?
December the 1st, I believe.
Okay. You came home the next day?
Yes,
When you came home the next day, where did you go from that location, meaning from the hospital?
back to the house on 65th Street.
How did you, when you arrived at 65th Street, what happened?
Nick came out, helped me up the stairs. They were big, tall stairs, and really took care of me the rest of that day because Betsy went back to work.
Okay. And at that point, did you see Mindy at the house when you were there on November 30th?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us, where were you for Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving, Matthew and his friend had come in. This was one of those weekends where we tried to give them privacy. So we rented a condo in Hilton Head because Matthew and his friend were working at a restaurant. They had a big Thanksgiving promotion they did with fried turkeys and all that. And they worked long hours. And so we went over there and got a condo so they would have somewhere to stay we stayed there for the whole weekend.
Okay. Do you remember what day you left for Hilton Head?
That was on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Okay. And specifically on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, do you recall when the last time you saw Mindy was before you left for Thanksgiving?
Probably the day before or maybe a few days before that.
Okay. So in the days leading up to you leaving, you saw her?
Yes.
Where was she?
She was in the bedroom, but also one time she was coming out of the bedroom, going to the bathroom.
Okay. So you saw her in the house itself?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, what did you think her condition was, her health condition?
She looked really bad. I mean, looked like they told us that she had high blood pressure and she looked like she was sick.
Okay. And at that point, did you leave to go for Hilton Head?
Yes.
Okay. And when you left to go for Hilton Head, when did you come back? What day?
The Sunday afternoon.
Okay. And when you came back on the Sunday afternoon, did you see Mindy?
No.
Where did you think she was?
Nick told us that she was in the hospital. They were trying to regulate her blood pressure.
And did you ever speak with her?
No.
Did you ever see her at the hospital?
No.
Did he tell you which hospital?
No. We just assumed that she was at the military hospital right there in Savannah.
Why did you assume that?
Because he was retired Navy.
Okay. And at that point, did you know whether or not they were expecting a child?
Yes, they told us she was expecting.
Okay. And did you have any belief as to whether or not it was a boy or a girl?
I recall it, them telling us it was going to be a girl.
Okay. And did you know when she was supposed to be due, if you knew?
I believe it was January 8th.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that the last time you saw her was at the time period right before you left for Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At that point, did she appear to be pregnant to you?
She could have been, yes.
Okay. Without sounding unkind, had she put on some weight? What makes you think that she could have been pregnant?
Well, I've seen a lot of people who have been pregnant that didn't look pregnant. And
Okay.
so she wasn't really skinny to start off with, so it was believable.
Okay. So when she told you that, you simply believed her?
Yes.
Okay. And when you came back to the house, you said from the surgery, you said Mr. Kassotis helped you into the residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he stay with you until your wife came home?
Yes.
And at some point, did he leave the residence during that time period?
Yes. Once she came home, he left to go
Okay.
see, he told us to go see Mindy.
Okay. And at that point, what was your expectation about Mindy? Was she coming home or staying at the hospital? What was it you believed was going to be going on?
I thought when she got better, she was coming back to the house.
Okay. And at that point, Did Mr. Kassotis leave the residence?
Yes,
And where did you believe he was going?
to the hospital.
And at that point, what, if anything, happened after he left for the hospital?
Well, he came back home and he told us that she had died
Okay.
at the hospital.
Okay. Were you surprised?
Yes,
Okay. And at that point, did he tell you what happened?
well, that's a little fuzzy for me, but I do remember that it had said something to do with her blood pressure and somebody had left the room. And when they came back, she had died.
You indicated earlier that Mr. Kassotis was an attorney, correct?
Correct.
Did he discuss with you his concerns about her death at the hospital?
No, he told us he was going to go back and find out what had happened.
So when he first came home on the 1st, he didn't know what happened?
All he knew was that she had died, and he was very upset.
But he had no answers about what happened at that point.
No,
Did he have any paperwork at all concerning her death?
no,
Did he ever provide you with any paperwork concerning her death?
no,
Did he ever explain to you what actions, if any, he was taking against the hospital, given what he had described to you?
no, he didn't.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever indicate to you which place that you could go and see your daughter after she passed?
No, that was never discussed.
Okay. Were you concerned where her body was?
I've given that a lot of thought. Being a minister, I know once someone dies, I know they've gone to be with the Lord. And I really didn't need to see her body. I wish I could have said goodbye. But after she was dead, it didn't, that wasn't her. So it was no reason for me to really clamor to go see her body.
Okay. Did you discuss with Mr. Kassotis the possibility of funeral services?
There was some discussion about a memorial service later on, but of course it had to do with the security.
So you weren't allowed to have a service initially because of security?
That's the way I understood it, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have a service?
No,
Did Mr. Kassotis ever give you a doctor's name that was attending to her during her pregnancy?
no,
Did you ever have doctors come to the house to attend to her?
no,
Did you ever see her again after you left for Thanksgiving?
no.
Did you ever exchange emails with people that you believed were connected to the security team?
Yes.
How did you get that email address?
If I remember correctly, I think they sent emails to me and then I sent them back.
So you replied basically?
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't the one that initiated it?
No, I had no idea who to send it to until I got something.
Did you use regular email to send those?
Yes.
What email did you use?
My email address.
Is that like a Yahoo or a
Yahoo,
Google or
yes.
which is it? Yahoo?
Yes.
Okay. So you used your regular Yahoo to communicate with the security detail?
Correct.
Do you remember if Mr. Kassotis ever got a car?
Yes. At some point in time when we were at the house on 65th Street, he got a green Ford Explorer.
Okay. And do you know how he paid for it?
No.
Did you ever see a death certificate for your daughter?
No,
Medical records of any sort?
no.
After Mindy passed away, can you tell the jury what happened in the days right after she passed?
Well, a few days after, we had to leave the house on 65th Street, and we had to move to the condo that we went to in Hilton Head. We lived there for 3 months.
So from approximately December to March?
Yes.
Okay. How were arrangements made for you to stay at that location?
Nick made arrangements for us.
Okay. Did Mr. Kassotis stay with you?
No, he moved us, he helped move us over there because I just had the hip replacement. And we said goodbye, and he went back supposedly to the house it's on 65th Street.
Okay. Do you know if he actually went back to the house?
No.
Did you expect to speak with him again after he left?
Oh, yes.
Did you expect to see him again?
Yes.
Did you ever see him again?
No.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
How many times?
We emailed or texted through Signal a lot, but we talked to him one time on the phone.
So the only time you heard his voice was that one time on the actual phone?
Correct.
Okay. And when you got to the condo complex, what was it your understanding that Mr. Kassotis was going to be doing at that point in terms of living arrangements?
Well, he told us that he was going to go actually to meet his real mother when he left us, and then that he would be closing up or finalizing some things, and he would be back down to Hilton Head.
Okay. In all the time that you knew Mr. Kassotis, did you ever know him to hunt?
No,
Did he own knives?
not that I knew of, no.
Did he do some chores around the house?
Yes.
And specifically, what chores do you remember him doing?
The house at 65th Street, there was problems with the washing machine that he tried to fix. Toilet was backed up. We had terrible mosquitoes when we first moved in, and he did something with the mosquitoes.
When was the mosquitoes? You said when you first moved in?
Well, right around when we first moved in, yes. We had mosquitoes were coming in from somewhere.
And you moved in when? Do you recall?
June? I'm assuming, yeah, I think it was June of 22.
That was long before November, right?
Correct, yes.
Prior to speaking to law enforcement, what did you think happened to Mr. Kassotis?
We were told that he had an accident, that he was in the hospital. We didn't know where, and that he was on life support. And we tried to go see him. And then we got another email a day or two later that said he had died.
And that notification was received by email?
Yes.
Did anybody come to see you?
No.
Did you ever speak with his family concerning his death?
No.
And I just want to make sure I understand, his security team reached out to you and your wife after he was dead?
Correct.
Did you ask to see his body?
No.
Did they make arrangements for a funeral service for you to attend?
No.
can have just one moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Meban.
Hi.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case.
Okay.
Mr. Meban, you said your last position after being a minister was being a financial advisor.
Correct.
What does a financial advisor do? Or what did you do as a financial advisor? Let me put it that way.
I had clients who I advised them about investments.
So investments in what?
Stocks, bonds, mainly.
And how did you have the knowledge base to be able to give that advice?
My undergraduate degree is in finance, and I had always, wherever I worked at churches or whatever, I did the financial part of the church. And I was recruited by Edward Jones Investments, and they trained strenuous training to how to pass the different tests that you have to pass to get different licenses to be a financial advisor.
So how many tests did you have to pass?
4.
And you said those tests were strenuous?
Yes.
So it seems like it's fairly complex work, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you'd have to be pretty smart, pretty knowledgeable in order to do that work, correct?
Correct.
When Nick and Mindy are having all of these security issues and Mindy is telling you about the security issues, you believe Mindy, correct?
Yes.
And you believe Nick?
Yes.
And you said that Mindy was afraid, isn't that right?
Yes.
Mindy also is a pretty bright woman.
Very bright.
Very bright. Why do you say very bright?
Well, to get her master's degree, she had to have a high GPA, and she was always in honors classes in high school and college and all that.
And so she was a very bright woman, but she was also afraid.
Correct.
And she told you about this security team, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said they a lot when referring to stuff, so I may try to get that clarified so that we can understand whether it was Mindy that told you things or Nick that told you things.
Okay.
You were told by them that you had to be out of the house from before lunch until about 3 o'clock. Was that Mindy that told you that?
I would say both of them told me that.
Okay. So while you were living together, is it fair to say every weekday from
Yes.
noon to 3, roughly, you were out of the house?
Yes.
So if people came in and out of the house during that noon to 3 time frame, you wouldn't know about it, correct?
No.
So doctors could have visited noon to 3, you wouldn't know about that?
No.
If members of the security team came by from noon to 3, you wouldn't know about that either?
No.
And you say Mindy is the one that told you about the Signal app, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would use that to communicate with Mindy and with Nick, right?
Yes, for a while, yes.
But text only, you never used the voice feature of Signal, correct?
No. Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Mindy told you that they were changing their name to Star for security reasons, correct?
Yes.
Did she say what the security reasons were?
Not that I recall, no.
What did you believe it to be?
I just thought it went along with everything else that we had been told for years, that they were in danger and that was going to protect them.
Jumping ahead a little bit to when you got back from the hospital on December 1st from your hip replacement.
Correct.
I believe that you testified that Nick took care of you that afternoon.
Yes, he helped me get up, go to the bathroom, things like that.
You don't have to get into graphic detail, but I understand what you're saying. And Nick remained with you until Betsy returned, correct?
Correct.
And then at that point, Nick left the house.
Correct.
Now, you say you never saw any paperwork relating to Mindy's death, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask to see any paperwork of Nick about the time of Mindy's death?
No.
You also were asked about a lawsuit, about Nick engaging in a lawsuit against the hospital. You had known Nick in 2022 for how long?
6 years.
Had you known him to be a litigious person? Had he been going around filing a bunch of lawsuits? As far as you know?
No.
Did he file any lawsuits prior to Mindy's death, as far as you know?
No.
Did you ask Nick, why aren't you suing that hospital?
No.
Were you on the phone when Frank IV was told about the death of Mindy?
No.
That was your wife that had made that call to Frank IV?
Yes.
Okay. What was Frank IV's occupation?
He's a policeman.
He's a policeman.
Yes.
Is he still a policeman as far
Yes,
as you
he
know?
is.
Where is he a policeman?
In Burnett Town, South Carolina.
And how long has he been a policeman for?
Over 20 years.
At one point, was Frank IV a policeman with, and I'm going to mangle this name, the Yemassee Police Department?
That's correct.
Am I saying that correctly?
That's right, yes.
And where is the Yemassee Police Department?
Yemassee is kind of right off of I-95 in between Savannah and Florence.
And was the chief of police at the Yemassee Police Department, was that Gregory Alexander?
Yes.
Who came to fame through the Murdaugh case?
Yes.
And he had worked for Chief Gregory Alexander, correct?
Correct.
He'd been fired from that position in 2007?
Objection, Your Honor. This has no bearing on the case at hand.
What would be the relevance, counsel?
The state is making a lot out of the fact that my client has prosecutorial and legal experience. So does Frank IV. He's
Right,
very
he's not
familiar
on
with
the
law
witness
enforcement as well.
It's irrelevant. The court's going to sustain the objection.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm very sorry for your loss.
Anything else on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that concludes the state's evidence for today.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of today's testimony. Once again, I ask that you please abide by the court's previous instructions regarding access to media accounts of this trial. Have a good evening, and we will see you at 8:45 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. This doesn't need to be on the record.
Oh, sorry, guys. I was still on the phone. Is it over with, y'all? It's over with? Or are they on a break? Is it over with or are they on a break? Yes, what? Yes, they're on the break or yes, it's over? Oh, it's done? Okay. Okay, I'm about to get off this live. It just finished. Okay, thank you. I'm about to get off this live because I've been doing some work. I got my Route 22 for my next case next week. So I'll be going to Albany, Georgia. But before I do that, tomorrow, y'all, I go to court. I go to court tomorrow. Tomorrow, people. Tomorrow will be my court case. Tomorrow is my court case. Yes, tomorrow is my court case. I'll be going to Clayton County in the morning. I will not be having this. I will not have this up. So you probably, guys, I know it's a couple of us that usually come in here. It's not that many people. But tomorrow I will be coming back live to give you guys. We're believing that God is going to vindicate me, right, y'all? We're believing God's going to vindicate me, right? Miss Richard said, you got this. That's right, Miss Richard. Yes, hallelujah. Hallelujah. God is good. God is going to vindicate me. We're going to have a praise party tomorrow, right, y'all? We're going to have a praise party because we know God's got me. The enemy might try. The enemy might try and all the ones. And let me tell you something. Tomorrow, we're going to have a live. CMT, give me a thumbnail. Give me a victory thumbnail. We're going to count this as victory. We're going to do a victory thumbnail. We're going to get victory. We're going to have God's going to vindicate me tomorrow, y'all. Victory. Tomorrow. And they probably going to come to court tomorrow. But we count it all. It ain't no good luck, Serena. God's got this. It's not good luck. Luck is a hit and miss. We ain't doing no hit and miss. We're not doing the hit and miss, y'all. We got the victory. VICTORY. Exactly, Yolanda. I'm claiming it. So tomorrow, Yolanda, all you guys, we're going to have a praise party. Tomorrow, we believe in God. God's going to vindicate me. All the haters, all the ones that naysayers, that God is going to vindicate me. God is going to vindicate me. We believe in. I had my prayer partners and my prayer person called me this morning. We've been praying. We know God's got the victory. He's going to vindicate me. That's right. I'm claiming it. Will it be streamed tomorrow? No, Kendra. It's not going to be streamed tomorrow. No, it's not going to be streamed. But you know the ops going to have somebody in that courtroom. And let's see. Do I have all my Rule 22 signed back yet? I need my Rule 22 signed. Where they at? I gotta call them tomorrow, get my Rule 22 signed. I did a whole bunch of Rule 22s. I got one Rule 22 back. The one from Albany, I got that signed and done already. Y'all want to see my Rule 22? From Albany? Look, I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to show y'all the one from Albany, Georgia. Let me show you my Rule 22 I got signed. I got my Rule 22 right there. Approved. 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 My Rule 22. Approved. So that's one of my cases. And I gotta get my other 7 Rule 22s I gotta get signed and get it approved. You said no, 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 no. Okay, okay. She said no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Why you say no, 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 no? For tomorrow. They're not coming all the way to Are you petty? So tomorrow, y'all, you watch how many people be in my chat tomorrow, y'all. Watch how many petty behind people gonna be in my chat, and they're gonna have one to come to the court. I bet you they're gonna come to the court tomorrow. Hold on, let me check my court thing here. Hold on. Hold on, gotta go check my court thing. Yep. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Pre-trial status. Oh, no, JT. It ain't done. It ain't done. Nope, my case is not done, JT. It's tomorrow. We believe in God is going to give us the victory. 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 Who called me from Conyers? Who called me? Oh, Lord. Who called me from? Hold on, I got mute for a minute. You guys are some mess. CMT, you too much. I need a big I need a title for tomorrow. What my title should be for tomorrow when I do my live going to court. Coming back from court should be the F the haters. I'm free. You know what? Yeah, I like that one. I like that one, Miss Richard. Coming back from court, it should be F the haters. I'm free. I'm free, bees. I'm free. F it. I'm free. F it. Fridays. I'm free now. Y'all coming up some good titles. Oh. I'm free. No longer bound. Right, Kobe? I'm free. Sing it. I'm free. Sing, Kobe. Woo! I'm free. No longer bound. We gonna have a Zoom party? Yeah, we can have a Zoom party. I'm free. No longer bound. Sing it, Kobe. Y'all hear Kobe? I'm free. No longer bound. Come on, sing it. I'm free. Come on. Sing. I'm free. Come on. Ooh. Free. No longer bound. Sing it. No more chains holding me down. Sing. I'm free. No longer bound. No longer bound. No longer bound. No longer bound. I'm free. Come on. I'm free. Come on. That's it, Bill Kobe. I'm free. Kobe, you sing it with me. You like that song? I'm free. Sing it. Sing it, Kobe. Sing. I'm free. Oh, free. No longer bound. Sing, Kobe. I'm free. Free. Sing, Kobe. Kobe was singing, y'all. Kobe was singing. They jumping off now. All right, y'all. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. No longer bound. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. I'm free. Kobe. 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 I'm free. You ready, Kobe? No longer bound. Did you get what I sent you? I sent it to your email. Go check your email. I did. I sent it to the reservation one you sent me. No, I copied the one that you sent me and I can't send it to that one. There's nothing in that other one? You're not telling me the truth, sir. Okay. I don't know. They did not. Oh, they said that they didn't send it to you. They only sent it the okay. Gotta go now, huh? Exactly. You're right. Okay. Okay. All right. Bye. You said, sir, y'all, that was business, y'all. That was business. That wasn't no personal. That was business. That was business, y'all. Business. Miss Richard always be having her ears open. It was business. I was working. Miss Dr. TTH. That was business, y'all. Y'all know, Miss Richard, you know the calls that when I get those calls. You know what the time I get those calls. Come on. You know, nighttime is the right time for those calls. That's when I get those calls. That was not a sexy voice. That was my regular voice, people, for real. That's what I sound like when I get on the phone, for real. That's my regular voice. That's my regular voice. What you want, Kobe? You scratching up my chair. You hey sir, hey. You scratching up my chair. Don't scratch up my chair, sir. Put your foot down. Put your foot down. Okay, what did you say? We put in screen. Okay, she think we are Mindy parents. y'all, Mindy parents don't get involved with stuff. They mind their business. Y'all need to be minding your business. Y'all need to be minding your business, Doc. Y'all need to be minding your business. You heard what the dad said. He don't get involved in that. He mind his business. This case gonna be over with. By next week, it's gonna be done. Yeah, I'm getting ready. I gotta take a trip to Albany. No longer bound. control. God is in control. God is in control. God is in. All right, y'all, I'm going to get off this live. They say busy is busy. I'm going to go do some door dashing. That's what I'm going to go do. We are the black version of her parents. Nosy people, right? All right, gotta go, y'all. I'll come live and do some door dashing with y'all so y'all can see me working. Oh, he's in control. God is in control. God is in control. Bye, y'all.
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me. We laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment